اه بس كبانلست.
Recording in progress. تركب على الثانية وخلاص. راح يعني نفضل مسك.
بشع.
ليه؟ تعرف
Good morning. Good morning to everybody, and welcome to World Monuments Fund's second workshop on the regeneration of historic Cairo. I want to start by thanking His Excellency, the Ambassador to the European Union, Mr. Christian Berger, for making the effort to come here. I know he's very busy. I want to thank the National Museum of Egyptian Civilization, and in particular to its director, Dr. Ahmed Tounen, and the Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities for the collaboration for this workshop. So, first of all, I would like to introduce a video of our president from World Monuments Fund in New York greeting us for the event.
No song.
And now give the word to His Excellency, the Ambassador to the European Union.
Isabel here. Buenos dias. Good morning. It's a great pleasure being here for the second workshop after the very successful one that we had earlier this year. And let me in particular thank the director of the museum here for hosting us, Dr. Abounaim. It's a great pleasure being back in the museum and also making use of your conference room. I think it's a fantastic venue for events like this. The European Union is very much involved in research and innovation. And the normal sort of topics that we will deal with is energy, water, food, and similar things. But we also have a very strong involvement in cultural heritage, because we believe the use of science could be extremely beneficial for cultural heritage, for renovation, for revitalization, for many aspects of cultural heritage, and also remote related aspects, like, for example, using cultural heritage as a promoter of socio-economic development for local business, for tourism. So these are all very important reasons why the European Union is supporting programs and projects like this. As I said, and as we have just heard, this is the second workshop. I think this is a very important initiative, but it's also part and parcel of what the European Union does in cooperation with Egypt when it comes to research and innovation. And as I said, cultural heritage is an important part of that. And cultural heritage has been a topic of cooperation between the European Union and Egypt for many, many years, both at the level of the European Union itself, but also and more so and for a much longer period with the individual member states of the European Union. Now, important partners here and I want to thank them here, in Egypt. This is the Ministry for Antiquities and Tourism. It is institutions like the one here, the museum, but it's also the research community in Egypt we work closely with, and we thank them for the support that they are giving us for this type of projects. Now, this project is a very good example how science can be used, and it shows that science is a very important enabler for cultural heritage restoration, for technology transfer, for knowledge sharing, and it's a core element that we are using in our endeavors to preserve cultural heritage worldwide. The European Union is very happy and very pleased that we can support this type of projects, and we do this at two levels. One is science and technology and innovation as such, and here we have big programs which are also where also Egypt is participating. It's for example, is the Horizon 2020 project and program, which is now being expanded and developed further into Horizon Europe. Egypt is taking part with about 51 projects. And we have very specific projects that are dealing with cultural heritage. I just name a few. One is the renovation restoration of the Maridani Mosque in Islamic Cairo, and we will have an event at the end of this month where we will finish the first phase of that renovation. But there are other ones like the renovation restoration of the Shali Fortress in Siva. There is a project in the Dead City. There is also a project with the Egyptian Museum on Tahrir Square. So these are all aspects and projects where the European Union is involved. But also let me call on everyone here who is involved in research and innovation to look into the upcoming programs and projects the European Union is funding. Let me just mention one that is being launched now. It has to do with the cooperation in the Mediterranean when we are dealing with effects of climate change and natural hazards on cultural heritage. So this is being launched now, and whoever is interested, please look at it. If you feel, please also take part and apply for that program. So with this, I would like to thank everyone who is here. I would like to thank the ministry, the council, the museum that is hosting us, and the World Monument Fund Spain that is organizing this workshop. I wish you great success, and I'm looking forward to see the outcome of your considerations and deliberations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador, and congratulations for the restoration of Al-Maridani Mosque, which I visited last time I was here, and it has been an excellent restoration. Now I give the floor to the Dr. Ahmed Ghunaim, Director of the National Museum of Egyptian Civilization.
Morning, everybody. On behalf of the Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities, as well as the National Museum of Egyptian Civilization, I would like first to welcome all of you, and on the top, of course, His Excellency, the ambassador of the EU, Mr. Christian Berger, as well as the Embassy of Spain represented by Candido, and the World Monuments Fund by Pablo. Thank you all, and I believe what you're doing is a great job, this kind of collaboration, having it through the World Monuments Fund with the sponsorship of the EU, as well as the collaboration of the Embassy of Spain and Kingdom of Spain in general, in order to enhance the capabilities and raise the capacity building efforts in the areas of restoration, conservation, and rehabilitation of the monuments is a great job. Choosing the NEMIC, or the National Museum of Egyptian Civilization, as the venue for this place is an honor to us. We believe we have our own, not only as a museum, but as well as a research and cultural hub, and you're helping us by collaborating with us in fulfilling this dream. I thank you all, and I wish you a very fruitful workshop, which is the second in the series, and I hope that there will be other workshops coming in the future, reflecting on the different aspects of restoration in Egypt and in the world, because the monuments are things that we share, all of us. And I wish you all a successful workshop, and please keep the social distancing as well as the precautionary measures for COVID-19. Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you, Dr. Alberto. And now I give the floor to our partner in this workshop, Dr. Abu Bakr, as representing the Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سعيدني ويشرفني اليوم للصلاة عن نفسي نيابة عن مجلس إدارة الآثار أن أرحب بالسادة الحضور في هذه الندوة العلمية التدريبية المتخصصة. الحقيقة أن الحفاظ على التراث والحفاظ على الآثار وصيانتها وترميمها لم يعد عملا ترفيهيا كما كان يظن البعض سابقا، بل أصبح من صميم دور الدولة في أي مكان. ومن هذا المنطلق كانت رعاية الدولة المصرية ممثلة في قيادتها فقامت السيد الرئيس عبد الفتاح السيسي وتوجيهاته المباشرة لدولة رئيس مجلس الوزراء الأستاذ الدكتور مصطفى مدبولي، ومنها إلى الوزارات المعنية، ومنها وزارة السياحة والآثار، بوضع استراتيجية متكاملة لرفع الكفاءة العمرانية والبنائية لأحياء القاهرة التاريخية والمسجلة على قائمة التراث العالمي. ولدينا في مصر مشروعات متكاملة لإحياء هذا التراث العمراني، متمثلا في منطقة عين السيرة أو عين الحياة ومتحف الحضارة. ولقد كانت منطقة متدهورة معماريا تم تطويرها بشكل حضاري بالشكل الذي رأيتموه حضراتكم أثناء قدومكم إلى هذا المؤتمر، وهي تعتبر بكرة المشروعات التي أتحدث عنها. ومنها أيضا مشروع حديقة تلال الفسطاط المزمع والتي من المفترض أن يتم البدء منها في خلال الشهر القادم إن شاء الله. وتطوير مشروعات تطوير درب اللبانة وتطوير باب زويلة وتطوير منطقة جامع الحاكم. ولم تكن هذه المشروعات بحسب، ولكنها مشروعات متكاملة سوف تمتد من منطقة إلى منطقة إن شاء الله. هذا إلى جانب أعمال الصيانة والترميم المتكامل للآثار الإسلامية والقبطية واليهودية. ولعل ما تابعتموه معنا في افتتاح مسجد الإمام الشافعي وما تلاه من افتتاح قبة الإمام الشافعي لمؤسسة مجاورة وتمثلها معنا اليوم الدكتورة مي الإبراشي. ولعلي أدعوكم لزيارتها لتشاهدوا مدى الإعجاز الذي تم في ترميم هذه القبة. ولم تكتفي الوزارة من أعمال ترميم المساجد والقباب بحسب، بل تم الانتهاء من عدد 6 أسبلة في قلب القاهرة التاريخية، وكذلك امتدت اليد في أعمال الترميم إلى ترميم مدن بأكملها، متمثلة في مدينة بلاط بواحة الدخلة والتي تم الانتهاء من المرحلة الأولى لترميم المدينة بمنازلها ودروبها وشوارعها، وكذا مدينة البهنسة والتي تم الانتهاء من عدد 11 قبة ضريحية بداخلها، ولم يتبقى سوى قبتين ضريحيتين ليتم الانتهاء من المدينة بأكملها. المزمع لافتتاحها وقت قريب جدا يعني إن شاء الله. وأخيرا ألا أود الإطلاع على حضراتكم وأتمنى لكم والمحاضرين وقت التوفيق ووقت ممتع إن شاء الله. السلام عليكم.
Thank you, Dr. Abu Bakr, and congratulations to the Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities for the great efforts and advances they have obtained in the last years. And last but not least, I would like to introduce you to Cándido Creis. He is the Cultural Attaché for the Embassy of Spain and for World Monuments Fund Spain, as well as for the Patronato de la Alhambra y el Tenerife. It is an honor to have you with us representing our country.
Thank you very much, Pablo. Shukran jazilan. It is an honor for me to be representing Spain today here. It is a very special event organized by World Monument Fund Spain. That, as you know, is a special organization focusing on the recuperation and the restoration of the jewels that we have in our common heritage. Let me first of all recognize the work of the EU as the delegation and member state that Spain is, the Kingdom of Spain is. We are very proud of this collaboration on restoring monuments, and especially on this urban regeneration of historic Cairo. World Monument Fund Spain has organized this workshop and has convoked not only Egyptian experts, but also international experts from Germany, from the US, and also from Spain. This is one of the reasons that we are very happy to be here. As many of you know, Alhambra is one of the world recognized heritage, recognized by UNESCO, which has an identity by itself. We are very proud, and as you will see during these 2 days, that there's a special connection, extremely special connection between Alhambra and Old Cairo. Our experts, we have 2 experts, Maria Jose Domenech and also Ramon Rubio. They're going to explain us new techniques as well in restoration. We're going to find out how technology is helping also for the restoration. And for us, it's a very good way to build these bridges, cultural bridges between Spain and Egypt. We have a lot to share. We have a very, very extremely interesting world heritage that we share, and we need to restore. We need to get ready for the next generations to enjoy. And last but not least, let me tell you a story about Alhambra. Some of you know that the Alhambra, as it is in Al-Azhar Park, or the basic of our common heritage, is also gardens. The Generalife, as I was told by an Egyptian friend a couple of days ago, the origins of the word is 2 words. One is Ghana, so it's paradise or the garden of paradise, and then Arif, which is the architect. So when Mohammed II in the 13th century saw the work of these Arif, he said, "This will be my garden, my special garden, and it will be an homage to you." Thank you very much for sharing with us your culture. We're very proud of it. And thank you, Pablo, and World Monument Fund Spain.
Gracias a ti, Cándido. So I will now introduce today's workshop. And I don't have pointer to pass the slides, but I will tell you to pass them. So, after dedicating our first workshop to the regeneration of the historic city, this second one will focus on the restoration of monuments. And today we dedicate it to the criteria of conserving the values that make these monuments important, the authenticity and integrity of them, on how to conserve it, or in its case, how to recover through careful restorations its past splendor. Next slide, please. In the case of the Taqiyyat of Ibrahim al-Gulshani, of which my colleague Jeff Allen will give a full explanation after me, this case is quite paradigmatic. This is an impressive Mameluke building, which in the 19th century was covered, the front facade was covered with Iznik tiles, beautiful Iznik tiles. This, which could be considered a pastiche for our looks, has become the iconic image of this facade and of the monument. So, because I mean, to be honest, it is a beautiful, colorful facade. And this relates to the recycling of beauty, which is part of our work. Next image, please. So this beautiful facade, colorful facade, during the last years has lost part of the tiles. And what we find now is a mess. So, next slide, please. As you very well know, in Egypt, beauty has been recycled since the beginnings of our civilizations. As Umberto Eco points out, beauty is an adjective that qualifies something we like. Beauty relates to goodness, and for that reason, we want to possess it. This is a capital from the mosque right in front of Papa Australia. I took yesterday because I thought it was amazing, because it has the same decorative elements we find in the project I'm going to present now, which is the throne hall of Madinat al-Sara in Cordoba. Next slide, please. So Cordoba was the capital of Al-Andalus, the Spanish kingdom, Islamic kingdom. It had over 1 million people living in it, and its Caliph Abderrahman III decided to build a palace, Madinat al-Sara, which became famous all over. It became an iconic image of Islamic sensitivity and well-doing. Next image, please. Abderrahman III built this palace, which only lasted 100 years. After that, the following king vandalized the palace. It was abandoned, looted, and burned. Next image, please. In 1920s, the palace was rediscovered, and it was decided to rebuild in order to keep all these thousands of ornament pieces that were found on the original site as a place to study this palace. So in the 1920s it started, and next image please. And here is where we are. World Monuments Fund is right now restoring the main facade and reintegrated over 5,000 of these decorative fragments to the facade. And I bring this to show the importance of the criteria, how we have, it took us over 1.5 years to decide with a big team of archaeologists, architects, and historians on how on the criteria for reinstalling these fragments to the facade, how we should differentiate the original from the new, how it should be reversible. It took us double of the time that we will be spending on reintegrating these fragments to the facade. Next image, please. This is the ongoing work, and this is the result for now of the first samples we have received. Next image, please. The second case is the Alhambra Palace, where Ramon and Maria Jose will, our experts from Alhambra, will be talking later this afternoon. The Alhambra Palace is our marvel of Islamic architecture. I mean, it is the most amazing monument in Spain, I would say. Next image, please. Within the Alhambra, we, World Monuments Fund, helped the Patronato de la Alhambra y el Tenerife to restore the Oratory of Partal. This was the private mosque for the king to pray overlooking the gardens on the right through the window and the city of Alhambra on the left. And this image is how it was restored in the 19th century. And what you see was fake. It was badly restored. It was restored with a historic criteria, not knowing, I mean, knowing how it was, but lacking the authenticity of the monument. So after the restoration, a slow process of recovering this authenticity started. First of all, they took off, next image, please, the wainscots, which had been placed there because we don't really know the original design of these wainscots. The floor was taken off, the niches were recovered, and in the last intervention with Maria Jose and Ramon, they cleaned the plaster to recover the original polychromy of the plaster. So now, after over 80 years of restoration, when you enter this oratory, you feel it's real. You feel this is the authentic monument, and it blends with the landscape, and it blends with the Alhambra. It has changed dramatically. Next image, please. Here you can see Mr. Ramon Rubio restoring one of the mucarnas at the Alhambra, which gives way to our next project in Alhambra. Next image, please. This is the tower, the throne hall in the Alhambra. Tower of Comares. Next image. And this is the wooden ceiling Maria Jose will start restoring shortly with help of World Monuments Fund. This wooden ceiling, the polychromy is still there. This is a representation of how it looked in the beginning. It is absolutely symbolic. It represents the 7 heavens of Islam, as well as the trees of life that cut in diagonal. And the red is the 7th heaven. Next image, please. And the polychromy is there. So now we start knowing, and after our experience in the Oratory of Partal, we have learned a lot. We will still have strong debates on the matter. We will use the same multidisciplinary team we have been using. And inshallah, we'll have the best or even a better success we had with the Oratory of Partal, which, by the way, was awarded with the highest mention for European restoration, which is the Grand Prix of Europe and Austria. Next slide, please. Tomorrow we will be talking about tiles. These tiles come from Alhambra and have little to do with the Iznik tiles, but the pathologies and the methodology is very similar. Next slide, please. And these are the tiles we face at the taquilla. Replaced, broken, but this image reminds, next image, the stolen beauty, which we can also find in Gaudí. Antoni Gaudí created this system of covering his buildings, which I mean, we have been working with Gaudí for years, and we are sure he was influenced by Islamic architecture. He must have seen something similar in Spain in the past, and he was inspired to do this beautiful trencadís, as it's called, in his buildings. Next image, please. This is one of his many, every monument of Gaudí is different, and the designs are amazing. Next image, please. So I want to finish with this project, just to talk about this oryx, this big cow, and the reuse of beauty. This cow was painted 30,000 years ago. And 8,000 years ago, someone decided to change the horns and to adapt them to the new style of the time. So for 30,000 years ago, this oryx was displaced and was venerated in a recycled use of beauty. So I hope during this day and these debates, we can talk about all of these issues and how to protect the authenticity of our monuments. Thank you very much. I now give the word to Jeff Allen, who will talk about the TPF.
Hello. Thank you for coming. Was that close enough? Now, I can watch your ears, huh? If I can get this out, we're going to talk like this, okay? And let's hope I don't cause any more feedback. I feel I can control it better by having it down here. Can you hear me? Okay, I'm a program director for World Monuments Fund. First slide, please. If it gets crazy, you tell me, I put it back, okay? Your typeface has changed, by the way. I suggest you go to the PDF because you've lost the typeface. We have standards at World Monuments Fund, I'm told by the new management. I have to follow the type fonts and the presentation equipment that has been given to me. So we're going to switch to a PDF of this so you get the real effect. I'm the program director for World Monuments Fund in charge of the Takayed Ibrahim Gulshani project. Some of you may know me. I've lived in Cairo a long time. My Arabic is lame, not very good because I'm lazy. But I started with the Aga Khan Trust for Culture, worked for 15 years with them, and I migrated over to World Monuments Fund. So I'm going to give you, thank you, just a few moments about who World Monuments Fund is, because most of you have never heard of it. Has anybody heard of World Monuments Fund here? Is it 3 hands, 4 hands, maybe 5 hands? Yeah, I know. We've actually been in Egypt for a long time. And up until this project, we've funded other people's work. That is, people come to us with a project and an idea, and they ask us for funding. So does anyone know here about the Blue Mosque? Who did the work there? Who funded it? World Monuments Fund put $1 million into the Blue Mosque as a project, as a co-pay with the Aga Khan Trust for Culture, who was my previous employer. This is a kind of scenario that we were doing prior to Gulshani. Where Gulshani differs is that we're trying to implement directly ourselves and to build more of a reputation with our friends from the ministry, which prior to this, you didn't know much about us. Some of you did, but you didn't have a really good idea who World Monuments Fund is. So first slide, please. I'm going to just flip through these. These are slides that are given to me by the main office. And just to let you know about the kind of places we work in. So we have a headquarters in New York. We have a series of affiliates, which Pablo's in charge of the affiliate in Spain. And then we have regional representatives such as me that cover territories. I currently have projects in Iraq, Myanmar, Thailand, Cambodia, but my home's here still. My previous work with World Monuments Fund was in Tunisia and Libya. And I used to work with the Aga Khan in Syria and Pakistan. And in each case, I work with antiquities bureaus and offices. So I have a little bit of an understanding of the Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities here, but I have an understanding within the context of a lot of other antiquities. And you each have your own individual issues, but you also share very common challenges. Next slide, please. This I'm not going to read for you, but you can look at this and you're all welcome to my PowerPoint. If you'd like it, you can keep it. You can ask me or you can ask somebody here today for the PowerPoint and you're welcome to it. Just gives you the office in New York's blah, blah, blah. Okay, somebody wordsmithed all this stuff about a sense of wonder. We're amazed by sights. We like people, community first, which you'll see coming up in this. And we have an attitude of can do because we work in difficult places. Okay, next slide, please. We do a lot of physical interventions. Okay, tangible physical interventions of conservation. It's the center of our identity. We work towards sustainable solutions, which means if you want to do sustainable solutions, you can't just work on the physical properties, you have to work with people to make real sustainable difference. Next slide, please. This is my friend Mukhalid. I want to adopt him someday, but trouble is I got to take him and all of his kids with me and his wife. Mukhalid works with me in Iraq. He is going through a training program right now about how to be a mason. He has basic mason skills, but by the time he finishes with us at our project at Babylon, hopefully he has skills enough to work in the commercial construction environment. So he should be able to work with us, and then he should leave with us with skills that he can transfer to reality beyond just conservation of monuments. This is one of our approaches that we want to apply here. We want to engage the Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities and local people in ways that will help them deal with their issues after we leave. Next slide, please. Advocacy and outreach. This is my project. I work with these people here are my coworkers in Thailand, and we do a lot of work with education, universities. The US Embassy in Bangkok gives us money to do a special program with the universities in Thailand. They come as interns. They come as field trips. We go and do lectures. We do online, focusing on young people in universities. And this will be something that we will look for adding to our project here in Egypt in the future. And it's a very important part of a project is to get the word out. And that includes engaging communities in connection to monuments. Okay? Next slide, please. Briefly, we're going to talk about the history and description of the site. And of course, why it's important, but I can't give you all that in this short amount of time. So I'm on a time limit because if you were with me at the site, I'd probably talk on for hours and hours and you'd get sick of me and you'd want to leave. So you're good that I'm in this venue, okay? You're lucky. Koshani, it says Koshani, huh? Okay, next slide, please. Built between 1519 and 1524 by Ibrahim al-Koshani, an influential Sufi sheikh from Azerbaijan, whose life in Cairo bridged between the Mamluk and Ottoman periods. The site is in Double Akmar. How this site was chosen was very, I guess, interesting. I went to the inspector of the antiquities office in Double Akmar, reintroduced myself, had a conversation with people there. And Egyptians, you are the way you are, and you kind of looked at me and said, okay. Out came the keys, we went for a walk. We looked at many monuments. And we got to this one. And I said, this is the one we want to do. Because it's got a lot of problems. And you know, there were big projects. Mahmoud very much understands this in the Historic Cairo office, but this building didn't get taken care of. And I think partly because it has a lot of challenges. But that kind of thing is exactly why we want to work there. It's a great classroom. And this workshop is part of that process. There are a lot of difficult situations with a partially demolished monument. If you look at this is an entire building in front, and a large part of it was demolished in the 1930s. The Sufi cells that ran off the sides, they're gone as well. The mausoleum and the courtyard remain, but a large part of the project is about how to deal with a monument that is in a partial state of disrepair and demolition that has taken place in the past. And how do we interpret that and make it a useful part of the community and for the Egyptian government in the future? This is before we started the cleanup. Next slide, please. This is the site. Remember, it's not just this, it's actually this. But this was demolished in the 1930s. Our friends at Kumite made some decisions. Dina Bahoum, you are a Kumite expert. I asked Dina to be available for you if you have any questions about the Kumite, about their theoretical approaches. But they demolished a large part of this site in the 1930s. And they knock it down because the Gushaneya, the followers of Ibrahim al-Gushani, disappear from Egypt. They leave. The last male heir dies. The site is left vacant, and it begins a process of decay. In the middle is a mausoleum. In front is a courtyard. Underneath this courtyard and underneath the Sufi cells that are now ruins on the site are possibly hundreds of Sufis buried on the site. It is a cemetery. And if you're going to deal with a site, you have to deal with a cemetery, not just a monument. Okay, next slide, please. It's in a state of ruin, as you can see. Okay, it's got a lot of problems. There's not a lot of documentation on this site. For some reason, people didn't write about this site. There's very little research, a few reports, not much else. So we've spent a fair bit of time trying to understand what we have here because there's not a lot here to help us. Next slide, please. Now, next slide, little animation here. There's a little Saidi guy visiting Cairo. I'm sure he's got a stick because he's a stick fighter, but he doesn't have it with him right there. You can't see it, but I'm sure he's there. Next slide, please. Next slide. There was a beautiful mausoleum here to a Sufi sheikh that disappeared in the last few years. Parts of it are in storage with the ministry, but you may know, next slide. Next slide. Whoop, whoop, there you go. This is a product of demolition by neglect. I'm not here to blame anybody about this. The circumstances, because the Gushaneya left the site, very different than Demirdash. Everybody know Demirdash? A Demirdash site, the guy came from Azerbaijan around the same time as Gushani. Well, Demirdash isn't in ruins because the followers stayed. In this case, the followers of Gushani left when the last male heir died. And that started a process of decay and collapse of the building. And you can see here in 2017, the amount of tiles that are on the front. And here's a recent photo, and a lot of it's gone. And it didn't disappear just in the revolution, it started disappearing long before that. These first tiles by 1917 are already gone. They disappeared because of moisture rising in the stonework, they fall off, and then people steal them. There are cases where some of these tiles have appeared at Christie's auction house for $10,000 a piece. We don't know if they come from this building specifically, but the tiles that they have advertised on auctions have been uniquely the same kind of tiles on this building. At some point, somebody realized that Kushani had some things that were very valuable. Okay, next slide, please. 1980s, the windows are still intact. All of this framing is still there. It's gone today. And you see these guys, they were part of the family. They were caretakers of the site. In order for this building to survive, we need capable occupancy. The MOTA has hundreds of buildings in Cairo, and it just cannot deal with this alone. It's important that we come up with successful adaptive reuses to help the antiquities preserve the site. If we don't do that, we fail as a project. I don't care personally what the building looks like 5 years after it's restored. I know people here do. I care about what it looks like 10, 20 years from now. When I'm 90 years old, I'm going to come to Cairo and I'm going to see this building taken care of. I don't want to see it in disrepair. That means we fail. So that means not just investing in the building, we need to invest in people, or we fail. Okay? Next slide. Here is 1930s, I believe. There is Gushani's front building still standing. There is the building next to it, which was part of Gushani. That was a medical clinic that the Gushani Sufis had. And you see it today. And you see also, this was an apartment building that Gushani owned. And you see parts of it over there today on the left as well. Next slide, please. So who was he? Briefly put, there is a very large PhD by an academic named Sideh Emri, all about Gushani, about 800 pages. It's massive. It talks all about the Gushanaya and why and who they were. So Sheikh Ibrahim Gushani migrates to Egypt. He's from Eastern Anatolia, and he comes here because the Mamluks also came from that region, and they're very sympathetic to the Sufi causes. He finds support. He settles following a previous Sufi master who came before him. He settles north of Cairo near El Marg. He's there. The guy's like 50 years old by the time he shows up because he's got problems by the Safavid dynasty is making problems. He has to leave Azerbaijan and Anatolia, and he ends up here, like a lot of Sufi masters did from the region. And one day he meets Sultan al-Huri, who's on a little hunting party up there, and they meet and they get along, and al-Huri invites him to come down to Cairo. And eventually what he does is he puts Gushani inside al-Muayyad. And a kind of epiphany hits Gushani, and he realizes that where he's located is super, super important in his kind of belief of Sufism. Because in his belief, Babzwela is a talisman. It is a repeller of evil. It protects things. And he gets this idea in his mind that actually the world kind of spins on an axis, and that axis point is Babzwela. Next slide, please. So it's first Takeyat during the Ottoman Empire period. And he is in Muayyad. He's able to secure some property. It seems by the inscriptions on the building that he got this property not really legally. But he actually is a Sufi master, leader, a sheikh, who gets a property of extreme value in an area that where only sultans and emirs own. So this guy knows how to work the system. Normally, Sufis don't settle, or sheikhs like this don't settle. Damadash and others are on the outskirts of town. This guy's dead center. Next slide, please. And he's here because he's got a kind of triangulation that's of interest to him. Bob Zwera, he sees that spiritually, religious-wise, and commercially as a very important place. And he wants to associate himself with that because he sees the politics very beneficial to him. And he has Moyad. He takes over Moyad and he starts running Friday prayers in Moyad. And the back door, or the side door actually, I think on the west side of Moyad, actually comes out exactly in front of the Tekeya. These three sites become very important to Gushani. And isn't it ironic that today the Prime Minister Madbuli is also interested in the same exact area where these three sites exist? Next slide, please. These are some students from Ajmer. We started programming to involve students, and we want to grow this programming now that we have new funding. Next slide, please. World Monuments Fund began in 2018 to evaluate conditions and develop a plan for interventions. We do this with the Minister of Tourism and Antiquities. Is Hayam here anywhere? I know some of the co-workers from the inspectorate here. This is a group. Assam, are you here? There's Assam. There's Assam in the photo right there. So we have people from the double Alpha inspectorate here. This is part of their staff. They did a really interesting study of tiles. For those of you working from Alhambra on tiles, Hayam went out and raised $8,500 through a Kaplan Fund grant, and they did documentation of 4 monuments with ceramic tiles and double Ahmar. That helped us move the project forward. That's an example of cooperative partnership that we like to see. They did all their studies. We found these in the dust and dirt laying below the facade. Whenever thieves stole a tile, if they broke the tile, they didn't care, they threw it on the ground. So we retrieved them, and now they're all cataloged. There's a very complicated and detailed GIS database for these tiles. And I show this to you partly because I want to emphasize the need for the MOTA to be working with us, and why we're doing this workshop has a lot to do with the MOTA. We need to help them and find ways to work through examples about how to solve problems of conservation, and Gushani is an excellent place for this. Next slide, please. First phase work. This was done through a Ambassador's Fund for Cultural Preservation grant from the US Embassy. And then we had our friends from the European Union come in and help us to support these workshops that are developing the project. These are the kind of things we did during the first studies and tests. You can see surveys, trying to build documentation about the site. We need to know more about it to make informed decisions. We could not do this European Union workshop here today if we hadn't done those studies prior to the workshop. Okay, next slide, please. And here we are doing a bit of things. So Mustafa Maher is a conservator. Mustafa, are you here today at all? Mustafa? No? He's a conservator. He's actually an employee of the MOTA here at this museum, and he's a consultant for us on some work that deals with conservation. He did a lot of conservation testing. Over here is Amira, Heba, and Abir, who did a lot of the drawing documentation with my co-workers, Heba, Rahma, and over there is Noor. Noor, raise your hand. Those are the 3 that are doing drawing documentation of the site. I invite you to talk with them today. Hisham is an old friend who worked with us at the Aga Khan, helped us clean the site. We had to clean up a lot of things to get the site presentable and also readable to understand what the issues are. Noor is doing a kind of thing here, engaging some of our workshops. We had somebody who came along and did a study about
social programming that has led to a very big study Dina Shahab is doing today, right? So Dina, say hello. Dina is with her students from Maui University doing a major project about understanding the market area around Gushani. We need to understand who these people are, okay? And how can they benefit, but how can they help us solve the problems? When I say us, I say the MOTA and WMF. Next slide, please. So out of this first grant from the US Embassy in Cairo, we came up with a general concept of adaptive reuse that needs to be tested and looked at and informed by MOTA and the community. So the general thing I can say to you is whatever we do here will fail if we don't deal with this. There's a beautiful open space. There are commercial shops here. The importance of the facade line of the building and its engagement with the community will define whether we succeed at this project. If we don't engage community in the solution about how to restore and preserve this building, we will fail. Because 10, 20 years from now, the building will start to fall apart. Okay, it's super, super important to understand the two are linked. But what has happened over the decades is that they were not linked. The building sat empty, vacant, and abandoned. And that's not a good formula for sustainability. You are seeing today the MOTA seeing this as the future with a lot of the work they're doing at other sites and the new project in the Bobswala area are focusing more on dealing with issues that involve community. And we want to help them design an example of that. So this open space and what happens here is going to define whether we fail or succeed. So Dina, you've got a lot of pressure on you, don't you? Dina and I know each other from the Aga Khan since 1998. And she did a lot of the early studies at Double Akmar with us. And we're doing something really interesting, I think, now with your Nile University students. I look forward to the results of that. Just to give you a quick brief before I fly through the end. In this market area down below here is called Top El Rab, under the Rab, because in the old days of Mamluks, there was a large Rab there building across the street from us that created a market. There is, do people know the area around Gushani? Anybody been there? When you go there, you'll see a group of men led by one of the brothers, Magdi, who make butcher blocks. Do you think those butcher block makers are there by coincidence? That's me? No? They're there by coincidence? They're not. 500 years ago, Gushani owned an Ophal meat market on the same location as those butcher block makers. They are living heritage that goes back 500 years, and they're still in the same location as the former meat market. If you go, there's a guy making headgear for horses. During the Mamluk period, there was a market for headgear on that same exact location. There's a guy, two of them, I think, selling saddles. That's because in the Ottoman period, there was a saddle maker market right next to Gushani. Do you think this is a coincidence? I don't. Why are the Faranese, why are they sold in this area? They're our neighbors. How many hundreds of years does that go back? That's because some people say the Sultan, Fatimid Sultan, entered Cairo by a lighted path of Faranese. That's why they're still sold there. So the living heritage is something we need to start to recognize that's advantageous to the preservation of this building. And this is something that Dana is working on with her students, and Mustafa, who's doing a video for us about this, documenting the process. They're trying to bring that out because the future of Gushani, I have to say it 10 times, depends on how we engage this Tat Arab market. At the same time, that market needs to understand it has to respect the importance of the monument. It's not a trash dump. So the future of Gushani is probably going to rely on multiple different uses in order to make sure the building survives. Next slide, please. Phase 2 work plan. Next slide. Thanks to our friends, Dina, say hello. She's from the US Embassy, and the Ambassador's Fund for Cultural Preservation just gave us a very large grant. Thanks to the embassy, we just received $500,000. It was the largest grant of 32 grants given out this year, and I understood it was one of the better written ones. I was happy to hear that. And why was it better written? Because we thought about these issues that I'm talking to about today. And we have to stick and keep those issues a very important core of what we're going to do in the next phase, which now we have the money to do physical rehabilitation. So in the months ahead, you'll see us start to shift from studies to doing conservation planning. May, where's May? Miyabashi? Miyabashi is writing our conservation plan at this very moment, and she's listening to what you're doing and what this workshop does, because this is going to inform what she puts on the conservation plan, right? Right. Next slide, please. Future projects. I don't want to stop. I want to be here for 10 years to make sure this project sticks. So after our current funding is done for physical rehabilitation of the mausoleum, its courtyard, and parts of the front building, we've still got a lot of work to do. We need to make sure that adaptive reuse program sticks and it stays put. And decades from now, when I'm an old geezer, I can come back and still see it happening. Next slide, please. Some of the ideas I just talked about are put here. And you need to think long-term on projects. I can come in here and say to you, we can dump a ton of money in 3 years and restore this monument. But I can tell you it'll fall apart if we just do that. We have to help the people here we work with as partners to develop a program of sustainability. Next slide, please. Heidi, are you here? No? Heidi's not here? Oh, Heidi, there you are. Heidi is an MOTA inspector from the Historic Cairo office, and she helped the Bureau do some of the total station surveys. This is Osama. Osama, are you here anywhere? Some of the students, no, he's not, but some of the students are here. These are Cairo University archaeological documentation students. He runs his course each semester, and partly through our building. So we regularly have up to 10 students that come and they learn about condition assessments. Again, like with the Art Jamil and with the Arab Academy, Aya, where were you? Aya, you were here somewhere. She was from Arab Academy. She was one of the first students that helped work with us. Next slide. As I mentioned to you, important formula. World Monuments Fund needs to have the Ministry of Antiquities, Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities, sorry, as a partner. We need community, and we focus on educational institutions for working together. That's how we think the future is going to be better for Takeda Gushani. Now, this last slide, everybody who's sleeping, last slide. This area, I'll give you a comparison. The Kayameya. The guys make tent makers, right? Everybody knows. Kayameya, when tourism's down, is empty. Nobody there. Empty. These guys are gasping for oxygen. All the way through Corona, these guys at Tat Arab worked because their market is mainly Egypt and the Gulf. And their market is holiday stuff, particularly, for Egyptians. So during Eid al-Adha, you don't know it, but these guys make a fortune. It's big business. They make barbecues, they make grills, they make fans, they make mouse traps, rat traps, whatever you like, because they have both sizes. They do all this in Tat al-Rab and the areas around it. Meanwhile, the Kayamea guys are all sitting there waiting for the business to return. There is millions going through Tat al-Rab every year. And it's geared towards the Egyptian market. That's an advantage for us. It's a good thing for us to make sure we get something that sticks and is sustainable. It's the difference between Tat al-Rab and other areas. And I hope everybody that's working with Madbuli's office about the future of this area understands the intangible heritage and the business that goes on there is super important for our building to survive, what we're working on. And the Ramadan lamp market, you all know happens there. That's the obvious one, but keep thinking there's something else going on there all year long. And it employs hundreds of people. Next slide. So my last photo is the front of Takeda Gashani. For the month before Ramadan, there's our entrance steps right there. The month before Ramadan, the front of the building is covered with Faranese. I'm saying that right, correct? Arab speakers, Faranese. That's how you get into our building. I think that's cool. Last slide, please. I want to thank you for being patient, listening to me. I hope I kind of inspired you on something and that you want to come and visit us and say hello. I'm here today if you have any questions. So are some of my. That's telling me I have to go away now. Okay, so please come and see us, inquire about the project, and in the future, take care of it, okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have 5 minutes for questions, if anyone.
Going down, it's going up, where's it going? It's coming around here, I guess it's somewhere right there.
Second.
Okay. First, I'd like to thank you so much for your interesting presentation. And I would like to thank all the teamworks who done the first phase of this excellent project, especially documentation and research. So sorry for any inconvenience. This is the technology. Anyhow, I enjoyed the presentation very much, and I learned a lot from your presentation. I just want to ask just a couple of questions. The first one, regarding the Tikaya itself and all the buildings following the Tikaya. What are the vision of the rehabilitation of this Tikaya? And the second question is, what is the role of stakeholders? How they contribute in your project, how they support the stakeholders? Thank you so much.
I hope I get this right. First of all, as you know, this building is under the authority of the Ministry of Tourism, Antiquities, and Heritage. And it's important for us to offer up something new for them. And hopefully what we're trying to do is develop a process of adaptive reuse. That's part of what Dina, who's sitting next to you, is doing, is looking at these ideas. When I mentioned to you something about adaptive reuse programming we want to do, we don't have the exact answers yet because that would be coming from a top-down perspective. So one of the things that Dina's doing is looking at how can we get community feedback and roll that back to the Ministry of Tourism Antiquities officials so you can have a better idea about what you want to do with this site. I know as government offices, you don't have budgets to be able to do a lot of these kind of investigations. As a foundation for WMF, that's what we do. So we're looking at this, and I guess I can say to you is I don't know what the formula is yet. I have a feeling, but it would be premature and it would not be fair for me to say to you exactly. But if you look at the Tato Web market, you look at what's going on with tourism in the area, you can figure these two are going to factor into what we propose. And I do invite you to talk with Dina about that a bit. And Yasmin's on the other side, she knows about it too. You're actually being frame trapped by the people behind you as students, huh? That also involved. And the other question was, the role of stakeholders. Well, it's also, that's part of the answer, what I just told you, because the reality is we need to define who those stakeholders are. The obvious is the Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities. That's a given, that's an obvious. But who is going to help you? And how can that help be done in a positive way that it's not detrimental to the building? We need to help you find that solution, propose that to you. Okay, there was one other question in the back, I think.
Thank you for the good presentation. I will ask you with Arabic.
I have to say, we're having problems with the simultaneous translation. So if you could, it's okay? Okay, go ahead and, and answer and ask in Arabic.
So it's the question that we're trying to answer. So he's asking about the facades of Al Gulshani, particularly the dome and the tiles on the dome, and how a lot have been lost, and what are the efforts that have been done to document, and what will happen to restore, and whether we will simply conserve or restore.
That's part of why our friends from the Alhambra are here. You're part of the discussion. That's why we're doing this workshop. There are multiple options. We want to present those options and discuss them so that there is a sense of consensus about what those options are and what might be the best solution. So May is going to analyze the data and put it into our proposal to the Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities. I hope that answers your question. You're part of the solution. So you're going to have time to talk about it, especially tomorrow, right? Tomorrow's all tiles.
So tomorrow it's all tiles, but in the second part of the workshop today, we will be talking about the criteria. I mean, there are many different criteria. You could take the tiles and visualize them. You could reintegrate, but this is part of this difficult decision making that we will start after the coffee break.
I'm supposed to introduce the coffee break, right? So you can talk to me at the coffee break too.
Any other questions? Last question. Thank you. 15-minute break and we are here.
Coffee break is downstairs. Go down the escalator, one floor. القهوة تحت، انزلوا دور واحد على السلم الكهربائي، هتلاقوها على الشمال.
on. So we will be starting in 5 minutes. Nancy, do you have a laser pointer? Laser. delay. We're having some technical problems with the translation booths and Zoom. So this is what happens with new museums. They have sometimes technical glitches. But I think we are ready to start with the second part of our session. So, Nancy, okay? Okay. So we start by introducing Valerie Magar. Valerie is the unit manager for programs of the International Center for the Study of Preservation and Restoration of Cultural Property, which we all know as ICROM. She will be talking about our subject, restoration and compensation criteria. Hello, Valerie. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone from Rome. It is a great honor to be here with you today, and although I would have very much wished to be there in person, but particularly with so many good friends in the room, but unfortunately that was not possible. I want to thank the organizers of the workshop, the Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities and the World Monuments Fund Spain, and particularly Pablo Longoria, for inviting me to speak today about principles and criteria for conservation and restoration of heritage. So as a starting point, it is important to have a look at what has changed over the last 4 or 5 decades in our profession. This image from Varanasi in India is probably self-describing, because what is heritage in this image? Is it the temples and shrines? Is it the funerary areas? Is it the Ganges River itself? Is it the people, or maybe all of it? So maybe a more appropriate question would be, what is not heritage in this image? And I think this echoes very well what Jeff Allen was mentioning in his talk earlier today, about the importance of now considering a much broader aspect of heritage. So with this broadening of what we perceive as heritage, we're now trying to see that, I mean, conservation and management of heritage is about not only the place itself with its history, of course, which is incredibly important, and the materials and structure, but it is also about the management environment, including the governance and the legislation frameworks, which can be top-down, very traditional, very government-oriented, or they can also be traditional systems. And also understanding the capacities that exist in place, the infrastructure, and whatever resources we have available for the conservation and management of a site. We also need to understand the social environment, which is extremely important, including cultural practices, religious practices, which can also be of great importance and have a very important impact on our conservation decisions, different types of uses, and these will all have an impact on how we value and the significance that we give to those sites. And I have also placed tourism slightly apart from other uses, because these can also have important impacts in our sites. Another sphere will be the human and built environment, including development and infrastructure. I mean, Jeff Allen was speaking about urban development earlier today, and these can have political and economic opportunities or constraints for our sites, then we need to know how to deal with, particularly when thinking about the long term. And finally, we also need to consider the natural environment. This is all the more true today with all the threats caused by the climate change, but understanding that we are extremely linked to our environment, and how we also need to have a responsible role in diminishing our carbon footprint will be another important aspect. But these can also bring threats and constraints, but also opportunities. So in this broadening of what we consider as heritage, we are now trying to refer to heritage as places rather than individual sites or monuments, because often there will be, I mean, if we have a hypothetical landscape any place in the world, it may have, for example, this is just a plain example, 3 World Heritage Sites. And these will have a very specific system of protection, usually composed by the site itself and its boundaries that are usually fairly well defined, and it has a legal system and there's a whole system to protect it. But actually there may also be, and so these hypothetical sites may be a monastery on a sacred mountain, an industrial heritage, at the city, or a marine ecosystem that is nearby. And these 3 will have, I mean, the site itself marked in red, sometimes a buffer zone marked in blue, and then an area of influence and setting. And actually the link will be, there will be interlinkages between all of these areas that give meaning and give sense to the place. The main products, for example, for the industrial heritage to create it and why that site was actually developed are because of the materials, the raw materials, they may be coming from the sea or from the agricultural landscape. We will also have potentially pilgrims that go to the sacred site but stay at the city. And the marine ecosystem itself will have an influence. For example, I mean, itself, it will be protected, it will have its buffer zone, but there will be migratory species coming that may reach actually the city. And both will have interlinkages in terms of pollution, sometimes affecting both of them, but also eroding seasides. I mean, all of these are actually interlinked. So because of all these interlinkages, we are now trying to speak of much broader sense in considering our heritage places, even if what we have to deal with is a very specific site within a setting. And so going back to the principles, which was the main question why we are here today, the principles are what the ideals that guide our profession. And they can be considered like our central core, what really frames what the conservation profession is all about. And this can be applied to any type of heritage from our perspective. It will not matter where they are. These principles are actually valid, but they need to be considered within their context. And the context and setting will be fundamental to see how these principles are interpreted and can be applied. So those are one of the key messages that I would like to transmit. These principles include the respect for authenticity and integrity. These are 2 words that were already mentioned earlier today by Pablo and by Jeff Allen. Another one will be the imperative for interdisciplinary work. The conservation profession is not an isolated one. We need to work with other areas of expertise if we want to achieve good results through coordinated efforts to generate clear and informed strategies. Another one will be the imperative to document, which is also extremely important, to document research, but also documenting the decisions that were made at the site and interventions, all the treatments that were done, which are detailed enough to be able to understand them, to judge them a few years later. And also a very important aspect about documentation is that these records are available to those who should have access to it. The other one will be the imperative to monitor and assess things over time. Conservation is about the long term. So these are 2 very important things to just verify if what we are doing or if what we did at a certain point in time was actually useful, and assessing whether we need to make any changes. And also the imperative for sustainability, which is a much more recent principle, but probably one that was hidden in our core activities. Sustainability in the long term of our intervention treatments and actions, and making sure that heritage is kept in a meaningful way. So now, although it seems a relatively clear list and fairly straightforward, as I was mentioning, the important thing will be the context in which the heritage place is located and how this list is actually interpreted. And this will depend on historical, social, economic, geographic, ideological, religious, political, or legal aspects, or even health issues, such as the ones we have seen in the last year and a half, because they all have an impact, and we will need to see which elements become more relevant in specific context, and which are the processes that become more pressing as well. And I will focus especially on authenticity and integrity, which I think are the most debated topics for a very long time. So looking first at authenticity, this is one of the oldest discussions that is on record in different cultures. One of the oldest discussions we have about this in the Western world comes from Plutarch in the 2nd century. He wrote about the Theseus paradox, or the paradox of Theseus' ship, which is the ship that he used to come back from Crete, and describes it as being renovated over time. And there was a discussion among philosophers at the time to ask themselves whether this ship that had actually been, where the planks and the oars and the mast had been replaced, was still the same ship, or if it was another one. So there was no answer to this, but I mean, it's this idea of what represents authenticity. And if we go back to the origin of the world, autos in Greek refers to itself, or something like there is no other one. And this for a long time led to the understanding that authenticity was linked to something that is true, that is genuine, and that is original. So authenticity, particularly again in the Western world during the Renaissance, there was strong interest in the findings of the written world. Texts were important, and understanding these ancient classical civilizations was done through the written word. So the books and the manuscripts that were found in monasteries in the early years of the Renaissance had an incredible value. And actually monuments were considered a bit less important. I mean, these would be used as a reference point to verify, for example, when they found the text by Vitruvius on the Arquitectura, they would go back and check on the Pantheon and measurements on different ancient buildings to see if what was written in the text in the treaty on architecture would actually be what corresponded in the buildings themselves. So there was a change in what was the authentic, but this idea of keeping the original message and the knowledge of these ancient building techniques and proportions and ways of seeing the world was extremely important. And so when the artist Raffaello complained to the Pope about the state of disrepair of some of the old buildings in Rome, he was appointed as conservator for the city. And one of his interests was to actually list all of the buildings where, in particular, the fragments of stone where inscriptions were also kept. Because again, it was about the message, it was about understanding these elements of the past. So this led for a long time also for authenticity to be equated with what was original, and a very strong link to the material and fabric. This influenced the way authenticity was understood until very late into the 20th century, at least in the Western tradition, of authenticity being what was original, what was contained in the materials themselves. And so we see two examples of two well-known documents in the conservation profession: the Athens Charter, where although there is no mention of the word authenticity, they do mention the importance of having different solutions to a single problem, and respecting the historic and artistic works of the past without excluding any time. So there was also this idea of considering all the phases of the monument. And the Venice Charter did mention in 1964 in the preface that monuments should be handed over to the next generations in the full richness of their authenticity, but it did not really define what it meant by authenticity. And it was interpreted for a long time as, again, this link of what was material, what was original. And often we tend to forget, or there was a tendency to forget in this preface, the fact that the Venice Charter also claimed that it was necessary for each culture to adapt the principles that had been prescribed in the Venice Charter in the frame of their own culture and traditions. So this is something that we learned over the next decades. So when in 1972, the UNESCO World Heritage Convention was drafted for cultural and natural heritage, there was a strong emphasis again on authenticity, on integrity, which I will speak about in a few moments, and on having an adequate management and conservation system. And all of that composed the outstanding universal value of a site that would be, or a property that would be inscribed in the list of World Heritage. And the interpretation of the what the World Heritage Convention meant for authenticity for a long time was that it was, and as it was described in the operational guidelines to the convention, was that authenticity was expressed through aspects related to the values of the site and its attributes, but mostly it was on material aspects of those attributes. So it was the design, the material, the manufacture, and partially the setting of the property. This was challenged in another well-known document, NARA document on authenticity, which was created after the meeting on the same topic in 1994 in the city of Nara in Japan, following questionings about this very rigid way of understanding authenticity. And although the NARA document on authenticity, again, does not define what exactly is authenticity, it did specify that it had to be considered within broader cultural diversity and points of view, and from plurality of views and values that could happen in many different civilizations. So authenticity was based on the values and significance attributed to those places by society over time. And this leads us to the importance of perception. How do we see places? What do we understand by them? Who judges what is authentic and what is not authentic? When we see this image, and I would love to be there with you, what do you see in the image? And some of us may see immediately a rabbit. Other ones of us will see immediately a duck, and eventually our brain might see the mixture of both, either seeing a duck or a rabbit, depending on the way our brain works. So this importance of perception was also something that would become extremely important, because involving more people in judging what is valuable at a site would give us these various perceptions. Some people seeing it as one thing, others seeing it and valuing it for a completely different reason, which were both actually represented in the same place or heritage site. And this re-understanding of authenticity is also exemplified by in many cultures, one of which, for example, another famous example is this Grand Ise Sanctuary of Ise in Japan, of the Shinto tradition, where every 20 years the building is disassembled and reassembled with new materials, and the old materials are actually preserved in a specific way because they have a sacred meaning. And this is a ceremony that has been taking place for an extremely long time, at least since the end of the 7th century. And these are the sort of traditions that are associated with this practice, that there will be a specific forest to grow the trees, specific tools will be used to carve those and to cut the different elements of the wooden building, and it will be built in a slightly different position within the same compound. And this is we can understand this by understanding the continuity in the traditions. And this is also something that Jeff was referring to in his talk. I mean, the importance of these long-term traditions that are associated with some of the places. In this case, it's with the traditional construction techniques. When one travels to Japan, it's possible to find there's a specific treasure of building elements that have been preserved over centuries. And one can see the continuity goes into keeping exactly the same types of materials, the same types of decorations for very specific types of buildings. So this allows the Japanese in their culture to understand very clearly the type of buildings that existed in the past. They have a very rigid way of building, and it will have a very specific meaning. So, for example, in this complex of Yakushiji, which is a World Heritage Site, there used to be two parallel pagodas. One which is still dates from the 8th century, which is the one we are seeing in the image right now, and another one that actually burnt many decades ago, and or many centuries ago, and it was actually rebuilt in the 20th century, and it is considered to be an 8th century pagoda because they have all the knowledge. And this makes sense in those traditions where all this continuity is maintained and all the knowledge are actually also maintained. And the knowledge of the traditional building techniques is such that when they see these types of stones on the ground, they can actually tell you what sort of pagoda would have been erected on these foundation stones that are laying on the ground. They will know how many stories the pagoda was, what was the width, what were the elements. And these are the types of stones that are used to support the wooden columns that will then allow the pagoda to be built. Whereas if they find another type of foundation, a square one in this case, they will know that it was a completely different type of building that actually used to be in this place. So from these cultures around the world where there's this very long tradition of writing what used to happen, there's this sense of continuity, even if it may have broken in time. And that allows us to understand how the different maintenance and rituals to keep the buildings alive and healthy over a long period of time. So in China, for example, we also have all these codes and rules that actually documented when the buildings, such as this Temple of Paradise in China, were renewed and how they were renewed, and allows them to continue knowing some of the knowledge about that. So there are essentially two types of traditions that were colliding at the time of the Nara document in the 1990s. A more Western approach where there would have to be this distance with the past, and considering that the past was those elements which were old, where time was considered in a linear fashion as well as history, and that would mostly focus on the tangible, and other cultures where there would be more cultural continuity, also often associated with continuity in use and maintenance, and where time and history may not be linear, but rather circular or as a spiral to where life repeats itself. For example, in the Buddhist tradition with the samsara and the wheel of life, and where intangible aspects had a more significant aspect. And so for example, from the World Heritage perspective, the traditional point of view was that time was essentially divided in two, with a past stage in which human beings were creating heritage and adding up layers to that heritage. So it was the past where heritage was made, a break at some point, and then the present in which we can see it from a distance. We can take our conservation principles and criteria, and with the idea that we cannot dispose of heritage at our own will, because it's something we inherited, something that came to us as an inheritance, and we need to preserve it for future generations by doing conservation and mitigation actions. However, all of these notions were challenged, as I was mentioning. I mean, one by the NADA document, which was the more academic and discussing among conservation professionals, but also from examples around the world. And this is a sacred landscape located in Zimbabwe called Domboshava, which has also been fairly well documented, where in the 1930s, when Zimbabwe was under the British colonial period, they declared the site that contained rock art as a national monument and as a protected monument, following legislation very similar to that in the UK. And the traditional practices that the clans living in the area used to do were no longer allowed. This was considered to be a sacred mountain with a sacred forest as well. And the cave where the paintings are located would be used as a place for a ceremony for rainmaking. So fire would be built in a small cavity, and depending on how the fire would flow and all the forgot the word, but well, depending on what was the result of that fire, they would be propitiating rainmaking ceremonies. When Zimbabwe gained its independence in 1980, they continued to declare the site as heritage because of the rock art. However, there were droughts, and at some point, this is the cavity, the museum building, the local clans burnt the local museum because they could no longer carry their ceremonies. So the police were sent, they were told not to do the ceremonies, and actually the cavity was filled with cement to avoid any clandestine ways of making those traditions. So in 1998, when the droughts were still continuing, the clans, the local communities decided that if for the government what was important was the site for its paintings, then they should get rid of the paintings. And they applied black paint on top of the rock art. So this was a hard lesson, just understanding the importance of understanding what the local communities are also wanting around the site, and the meanings and the different types of uses a site may have, which may not necessarily be the same as the official versions. And so these led to a paradigm shift in the conservation community that has taken some time to be completely embedded into legislation systems and other aspects. But we went from this aspect of having collections, monuments, and sites, focusing very much on the materials and on the physical aspects, focusing on the impacts on heritage, usually the negative ones, just seeing the decay and the factors of the impacts on heritage, and which resulted in the intervention treatments for the heritage and the care or well-being of that heritage site. Whereas now we believe that we need to put people and heritage at the core of what we do, with the values for the people, the impacts on heritage and for heritage, which can be positive or negative. And the results have to be adequate for people, heritage, and the environment, where heritage sites play a significant and an important role in the well-being of our society. So it is with this paradigm shift in mind that we have been trying to change the way we understand heritage. And we try to also approach it by, for a long time now, understanding that its significance may be seen from many, many different lenses, which can be from the scientific point of view, from the aesthetic point of view, the historic one, educational, social, functional, religious, environmental, economic, or even emotional aspects may be important at the site. And all of these, it will not be a balancing act. It will never be possible to actually have all of these things living together in a place. It will be up to us to understand where those values exist and which are those values that exist at a site, or those significant elements, if we don't want to call them values, at a site, and then understand from as a conservation professionals which are the ones that we are going to consider more and why. And so this is where the principles will have to guide us to make those sorts of decisions. And this shift in time also has created this now connectivity between what used to be created in the past, all those cultures that we actually did inherit, but for which there usually is a cultural continuity of some sorts, and where we must act responsibly for both present and future generations. And this now leads us to not only considering conservation and mitigation as solutions, but also adaptation, which is what Jeff Allen was referring to in his talk in the morning. So the World Heritage Convention changed after 2005 to try to embrace also all these changes. And in the operational guidelines, we now find that with reference to authenticity, there will be new aspects now, including form and design, materials and substance, but also use and function, which are new, tradition and techniques, including new and old techniques, location and setting, spirit and feeling, which is a new element added, and other internal and external factors. So there's much more that can now be considered when assessing the authenticity of a site. And authenticity is now defined in the operational guidelines as elements that are truthful and credible for a specific site. And understanding the authenticity will depend on the type of cultural heritage and the cultural context, something that we have been saying since the beginning of this talk. And there are no formulas to understand authenticity. It must be considered case by case. Now, integrity is the other word that is referred to often when speaking about the principles of conservation. And again, in the World Heritage context, integrity is referred to how complete or intact a property is. And it does not necessarily mean that it has to be completely intact. It may be a ruin, but it's just that it has all the necessary elements to express, in the case of World Heritage, the outstanding universal value, but to express what it was represented to be. And if it doesn't have them, then what do we have to do? And that it has an adequate size to ensure a complete representation of the characteristics and processes carrying the significance of the property. And here again, when we speak about urban fabric and buildings located in an urban setting, integrity may also refer to the bigger setting that we were speaking of earlier, in terms of the shape of the city, the size of the buildings. I mean, we cannot just conserve a building in one specific area by itself. Also, the surrounding elements will be extremely important for us to really have that sense of place or the feeling of place, or understanding the specific architecture or the size of streets or the shadings in the streets. I mean, many other elements will be important when referring to integrity. So values, integrity, and authenticity may seem somehow difficult to pin down, and may seem all a bit ethereal. And some authors have been speaking about these being just ideals that cannot be reached. But there was a solution to actually understand authenticity and integrity, and this is through attributes. And the attributes may be physical elements, such as materials, stone, wood, mosaics, any elements, the mortars, anything that may be considered important at a specific site. It may also be the relation between the objects, parts of the design, sizes, light and the shade. I mean, there will be many different things, or the views. I mean, the importance of sometimes having a door visible or accessible, or a tower that may be accessible, or where people may hear sounds. And they may also be non-physical elements, which can include the management or the maintenance or care systems. It can be the traditional building techniques from which we can learn a lot for conservation and for the long-term sustainable practice of our building environment, and any other systems that may be non-physical. And now going back to what we consider as authentic and as integrity, I will bring a few examples. This is the famous site of Uluru in Australia, and I know there's some people in the audience who are from Australia. And this site, of course, is a well-known feature, but what is sometimes less well-known, and many people used to go and wanted to climb this rock. However, which is very steep and maybe very windy, for the traditional owners, there's also other elements that are, as I mentioned, less well known. There's some rock art sites that are sacred elements associated to this entire place. So it's a sacred landscape as well. And that people may fail to see, or that they were not necessarily explained for a long time in the past. And now, for many years, there's been a management system in place to actually show that why it is important for the local communities not to climb Uluru. So they're saying that what's really important is not climbing. That's not the real thing about the place. The real thing is listening to everything, and that's the proper way of behaving at this site. So again, it will be about understanding different needs, perhaps what the traditional owners want, which I think should be respected. And if visitors coming from outside are not told about this in time, there may be a conflict of interest, but then it's about the management techniques that we will use. But it's the principle that matters of considering what is authentic and what this place is all about. Then we go to the criteria, which will be a series of guidelines that will actually allow us to see how we go for specific conservation treatments. This will actually guide more our direct actions. And just a second, I'm sorry. So the criteria will allow us to say, I mean, also the level of conservation treatment that we're going to undertake, whether we go for more preventive measures, whether we go for conservation treatments, whether we do a more full-sized restoration. And this will mark the limits of what we do based, again, on a series of elements that we are going to list right now, but also, again, the importance of the context and the setting, which will be important. So the criteria are a minimum intervention, the visibility and legibility of what we do, trying not to create something that is false, the compatibility between what we add to the building with whatever was there in the beginning, and also the importance of continuity in the behavior of the materials, or if we're working at the structural level of building, making sure that whatever we add works in a similar way, particularly in seismic areas. And then there's the criteria for reversibility, which is, again, sometimes considered more of an ideal, but it's still an important one. And we often speak a lot more about retreatability. And these will guide the treatments themselves, whether we're doing cleaning, consolidation of a surface of a decorative element or a structural consolidation, whether we apply or not surface protection, whether we do reintegration of elements, whether we go for reburial of elements, particularly at archaeological sites, or if we go for the use of replicas in some cases, and how do we then also present parts of the elements that we have been working with. And minimum intervention has been, again, strongly debated. I mean, it often is interpreted as just doing very little, but it does not necessarily mean that. It will go on a case-by-case analysis, and it's whatever the artifact or the building needs to be stable, to be readable, to be used, to be valuable also for the community. And so for this case, I mean, this is an example that I really like of a ceramic vessel coming from my own country, which is displayed in the museums in Berlin, where with a very thin structure, they managed to represent and convey something that was already a ruined object, a broken object found in an archaeological excavation. But a minimal intervention may also require much more significant intervention treatments, as I was mentioning, This is a stupa dating from the 1st century AD in Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka was also, during the colonial period, under several European countries, the Portuguese, the Dutch, and the English. And some of these stupas, which are sacred spaces where relics of the Buddha are actually kept, were fell into decay and were considered as archaeological sites. And they were inscribed under, particularly under the British rule, as national monuments. However, these are sacred places. And in the Buddhist tradition, keeping those stupas in a state of, let's say, in an archaeological as a ruin, would reflect poorly on the pilgrims that visit the site. And when I visited the site, and this is the same stupa that was restored in the 20th century, so it may be very shocking for many, but I mean, actually, it makes a lot of sense when you visit the site. All of the people who are there are pilgrims. They're not just visitors. And so they will consider some objects may be kept as ruins and as an archaeological site, but some of the sacred elements, it is about honoring their sacred spaces and about keeping them in a properly state of conservation. And this will reflect on their own soul and how they enter the samsara or the wheel of life. Other types of treatments may be cleaning, for example. How much do we clean a building? How much do we clean a statue? How much do we clean different elements? So for some, what is in the left may be seen as still dirty. For some, what is on the right-hand side may be way too bright and way too clean. But also, I mean, there may be aspects about legibility and about how we see things as conservation professionals. I bring another example from the southern part of Mexico in the state of Chiapas. This is a place called San Juan Chamula, where the local people burn incense and candles inside the church. And the paintings and the sculptures that are inside the church actually load themselves with power every time they get soot into their surface. They become more powerful, they are more important. So there's a lot of candle burning happening in the churches. And when conservators try to go there and say there was an altarpiece with 16th century paintings or 17th century paintings, which were not visible at all because they were completely covered in soot, and they wanted to do a cleaning treatment, the local people said, well, if you actually clean them, we will lynch you, because these paintings would lose their power for us. So it's about understanding again, for us, the paintings were not visible. For the local community, these were extremely powerful paintings. And another example also from Italy, this is the Church of Santa Maria in Trastevere here in Rome, where in the 1960s, the Istituto Centrale del Restauro, a very well-renowned conservation center, undertook the conservation of this wooden panel depicting the Virgin Mary with two archangels and the child Jesus on her lap. And the painting was actually flaking. And when they made all the analysis, they made all the adequate documentation, all the treatments to actually understand what was happening to this panel, they saw that after, under many layers of paint, there was a very old paint layer, which is the one you see on the screen right now, which was a very rare type of painting made of wax called encaustic. And they said this is a unique find from the 7th century that should be exhibited. And when they gave it back, all very done under very scientific methods, when they gave it back to the church, the local community said, that's not our Virgin. We want the previous Virgin, the way it was repainted and overpainted. So a replica had to be made, and the replica was actually for many years in the altarpiece, where these 7th century jewel of an encaustic was kept in a side room. And it was only much later that they switched back to having this one in the altarpiece. And again, it's about perception, and it's about what is considered to be authentic from different perspectives. Now, going back to other types of treatments, including reconstruction and consolidation and structural stability, when it's about an archaeological site, I mean, there's debates about how much should be reconstructed, how much should be done in these ruined buildings, because they are of long gone civilizations, and how much needs to be done so that the visitors will actually understand what the pyramid looked like and how it would have been, what would have been the shape. So there you may have a debate about, I mean, the value of the archaeological data and information, the value for the visitors in terms of understanding and interpreting the site. But it's still fairly academic in a way, but it's much more complex in places that are within a living context, within an urban setting, and particularly also with destructions that are caused, or demolitions that are caused by trauma of some sort, whether it is social conflict, whether it is an earthquake, especially those that come after a very sudden loss, are more difficult to deal with, and also not to think of not rebuilding or not reconstructing. So this is an example from the theater of the Fenice in Venice, which was built in the 1790s, and it burned one time. It was rebuilt in the 19th century, completely changing the way it had been before the fire. So it was like a new creation. I mean, some elements were maintained, but mostly it was just added to the shape and the feeling of the period. And the building again burned in the late 1990s, and there was a project to rebuild it. So how should it be rebuilt? Should it be again a new building representing a 20th century, end of the 20th century opera house, or how should it be rebuilt? And so much has been, much ink has flown about the debates of, is this authentic or not? But the Fenice was restored, actually replicating mostly the 19th century theater, but again, with some modifications done from other periods. So is it still the original Fenice or not, is a matter of lots of debate. And this is another example from not more of in a rural community, again in Mexico, where this beautiful church that is the area for a congregation for many communities from surrounding villages in the mountainsides burned, and there's a very vivid tradition here. And I mean, lots of practices associated with it, pilgrimages, ceremonies that take place, very important elements of traditional governance as well. And the building burned because of a lightning that hit the thatched roof made from palm leaves, and completely burned also all the inner parts of the church, burning down all the altarpieces, the painted ceiling, and it was pretty much a total loss. Some elements had been taken out because there was an ongoing conservation project, so some of the sculptures were out, fortunately, but most of it just burned to the ground. And here there was a very interesting project involving the community to see how to deal with this building, whether it should be considered a ruin and a new church built next to it, or whether the building should be restored. And the community said, we want our church back. So they worked on the mural paintings with the conservation team to try to participate in this healing effort for their village, because they could not, they said, if the church burned, it's because we did something wrong. So there was a sense of a need to participate in the process. And the altarpieces were actually replicated, not putting any patina or anything into them, so that it shows that these were actually created in the 20th century. But the wooden ceiling, for which there was no adequate documentation about the paintings, was not painted. It was actually left white. And the community was told, if you want to decorate it, decorated in the fashion of the 20th century. So after a number of years, the ceremony to replace the church was finally made. And there's the whole sense. I mean, and this has also been published also in English. If anyone wants more information, I will be happy to provide it. But it just shows the importance of traditional involvement of the communities in these processes of decision making as well. And so all of these, both the principles and the criteria are the ones that will help us define what it is that we preserve, why, for whom, and then in a second moment, how, when, and where we do the conservation treatments. And the principles and criteria are going to be the base elements for every step of decision-making that we do, where hopefully we will gather data in the most objective way possible. We will analyze the data, and then only in a second moment will we become more subjective and make a judgment, do the decision making, trying to use the principles and the criteria as reference elements. And the conservation and management are, as we all know, an iterative process where, I mean, it's never a linear process, but where hopefully the first two steps of understanding the heritage place and its setting and the significance and importance it has will be the baseline with the principles and the criteria to then assess the changes and impacts. What is its state of conservation? What are the positive and negative elements? What are the conservation and management measures that could be potentially available for a site? How do we then make the conservation and management plan to actually choose who the actors, what will be the sequences, who will be responsible, and then actually implementing those conservation and management actions. And finally, very important, also communicating the results to different audiences. How will we do the periodic maintenance, and how will we do the monitoring, evaluation, and review? And I apologize for that being in Spanish. And especially in view of all the much broader challenges that we are now facing, including droughts, fires, floods. I mean, we've all seen the news in the last few months, just to show a variety of these, but also social conflict and migrations that are happening for many causes, whether they are related with climate change, whether they're related with conflicts or with the economic situation. And all of these have an impact on our heritage sites, and we need to have our principles and criteria fairly well rounded to know how to react to all these very pressing challenges. So it will be about connecting our practice, connecting our theory and practice together to be able to make the best possible decisions for our sustainable future for our heritage. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Valerie. Gracias for showing this, I mean, the complexity, the impossibility, and the beauty of our work as conservation architects. I mean, it seems impossible, no? I mean, there's so many decisions to make, so many stakeholders, and so many different layers. No? So now we're dealing with the micro. No, we go from the monument, as we're talking today, to the materials. Where tomorrow we'll talk about the tiles. And then you go to the neighborhood and the stakeholders, and then you go to the historic city, and then you go to the city, which was our first workshop, no? The regeneration of the historic city and how the restoration of this mausoleum can impact in the neighborhood and therefore in the city, and how you create synergies. So it was great, this display of difficulties. Also, I wanted to point out, just to give the floor to our next participant, Werner Smith, on the perception, the importance of perception of the monument and the display of the different layers of significance. And this is one of the biggest difficulties I find when and this is what we will be debating later. Hopefully you join us. No? So with this, I pass to our next participant, Werner Smith. Werner is an old friend of Valerie. They work together in ICROM. He's an expert in restoration and conservation of architectural surfaces. Welcome, Bernard.
Thank you very much, Pablo. Hello to everybody. So after this very interesting, can you hear me? Is it on? Is it on? The loudspeaker? Yeah? Okay. So, great. No, it's from here, it seems that it's not on. Okay. So after this very interesting presentation of all different aspects involved in heritage conservation given by Valerie, I would like to narrow down again a little bit on the monument in a way. And what is always a concern of mine is to try to define in a quite an early planning stage of a heritage conservation project, what I call a guiding concept. Can we see next? Next slide, please. So the definition of what I mean with a guiding concept is to develop a clear as possible vision of the aesthetic and structural changes that will occur to an object as a result of the planned conservation intervention. So to already have an idea, a clear idea, how will the monument look after we complete our intervention. In more practical terms, we can say it's a sort of statement that indicates what we want to preserve, what to enhance, what we want to enhance, what we might want to remove, how we will integrate missing parts, and what, if anything, we would like to reconstruct, and if yes, how? Next slide, please. This is a poster of a traveling exhibition organized 30 years ago by the German government advocacy campaign. The title is Restoring Does Not Mean Making New. So this exhibition wanted to inform about the aims and principles of modern conservation to the broad public in Germany. Already from the title, you can understand that the expectation of the general public in Germany was that through a restoration conservation, an object should go back as much as possible to its origins. So in Germany, now probably over these last 30 years, things have changed slightly, but still, if after the completion of a conservation intervention, one says, it looks like new, it's a compliment in German. In many other parts of the world, this is maybe the worst criticism you can make in front of a conservation, completed conservation. Next, please. It was before, I think. No, was this? Yeah. So I want to just briefly two rather personal anecdotes that somehow show the different perceptions of the aims of the goals of cultural heritage conservation in different parts of the world. This is an example from Germany, Gothic cathedral. As in many Gothic cathedrals, not only in Germany, in the 19th century, a permanent workshop of stonemasons was established to deal with the maintenance of the building. So these stonemasons, over the years, now more than a century, basically changed every single stone of that building. Why? Because they thought that the original, rather weak sandstone should be replaced with a stronger material, grayish limestone. So here we could make a small discussion about the authenticity, as Valerie explained the different dimensions of authenticity which are considered by UNESCO. In that sense, in this case, probably it's a bit like the Shinto temple that Valerie showed. They replaced the material. We still have the same design, the same form, more or less, maybe not in the smallest details, but in the larger picture, we have still the same building, but the material is completely new. So is it still authentic? Probably UNESCO would say it's still authentic from a point of view of the design, not anymore from a point of view of the material, or let's say the fabric. So I was not directly involved with this project, but a friend of mine, a colleague, stone conservator, he was in charge of preserving the only, let's say, still material authentic parts of the church, which were the portals, because these are often sheltered areas, sheltered from atmospheric agents. And so it was still areas where the old material, the original yellowish, in this case, sandstone, was preserved. My friend started the intervention. It was a very modern, scientifically backed intervention where everything was tested in the laboratory and so on and so on. And he found under a very thick soot layer that there was still the original polychromy, parts of the colors, the original colors preserved. They were not visible before the intervention. It's an oil color. It had also a function to protect that sandstone, because already the old constructors knew that this sandstone was not a good material. So to protect it, they basically painted it with oil. So what happened? My friend and colleague, poor guy in that case, I worked with him for a few months on that project. He was between two fires. On one side, he had stone masons who every day more or less told him, listen, it's useless that you try to chemically strengthen the stone, it will not hold, it will not last long, and so on, because they found a bit kind of that he stepped into their territory, and they had also a completely different approach of replacing material. Whenever there was decay, they just took the piece out and put a new piece in. On the other side, the other fire, so to say, was the parish community, because they said, okay, now you found the residues of color, why you don't repaint it all? So this is just to illustrate the general public's reaction. And my friend said, but there are some heads and arms and some parts are missing of the figures. It doesn't matter, you can also redo that. So basically, the parish community in Germany, it's the owner who decides quite a lot. In this case, it's the church. So the parish was very much insisting on full reconstruction. But then it would have not been a problem. For them, it would have been more beautiful to see it all completed and nicely new than to appreciate a fragment, something so precious from the past still remaining, authentically still present. Next, please. So we can probably, just a second. We see that although more than 100 years have passed, still the spirits of these early conservation theoretics are very much alive. So you all know these persons, they're very famous. So just briefly, we remind them, Violette Leduc, he was architect and chief inspector of monuments in France. And you know, he was the one who basically introduced that approach where a building was purified. So whatever later additions for him had to be removed to go back to what is left of the original, and he went even further. He said, so if something is missing, if something is incomplete, you have to complete it. So basically, his approach was to say, you have to sort of establish an empathic relationship with the old constructors. You have to go into their skins and try to understand what they would have done with the building to complete it, to make it better. So here, this is the stylistic restoration, the approach that had an enormous influence, not only in Europe, but also outside Europe as one of the first philosophies of modern conservation, we can say. What also happened with Viollet-le-Duc is that he was very keen about masonry. He was an architect, so for him, architecture was to see the masonry. So very often it happened in these buildings restored under him or by people influenced by him, was that they decided to remove all wall coverings. So all architectural surfaces were removed, including also probably important phases of painting and decoration of the walls. His opponent was John Ruskin. He was the one who said, everything on this planet is destined to finish. So also the monuments have this fate. And for him, it did not make much sense to restore monuments because it would just say to artificially prolong a little bit their lifetime. So he was a big opponent of Viollet-le-Duc. He was completely against reconstruction, purification. He said that whatever is reconstructed on a monument, it's a complete falsification. It doesn't make any sense. And his ideal was a room overgrown by ivy. Let's say that was for him an image, an ideal image of a monument, of an authentic monument. He started to be very much interested in the authenticity in a way, and in the problem of what is called by another Austrian conservation theoretic, the age value. So he introduced that concept that also the age has a value. So this, as you all know, probably was also the one who inspired what was called the anti-restoration movement in England. And you know that in the English language, we don't speak anymore about restoration because it has become a bad word. So that is due to John Ruskin, that restoration in English language is not used anymore. You use only conservation. You know that I'm a conservator of architectural surfaces and so on. So officially in England, in Europe, I'm now a conservator-restorer. And what we do is conservation-restoration, because in many languages in Europe, you still use the word restoration, except basically England, but England is not anymore part of Europe now. So we can go back to restoration. Okay, next please. So this is a very personal story, because here we are in a small village, which results from what was before a castle. No special heritage, nothing. But there is this building, which was the former tower of the village. So I'm the proud owner of that building. So when I bought it and I started to think about also doing some work on it, I spoke with the local people, and this building is made, the whole village, I mean all buildings in that area are made with a volcanic tuff, which is a very porous volcanic stone that also the Romans used very much, the ancient Romans, for their buildings, because it was the cheapest locally available material. So it's a good material, but it does not absorb very easily water. And if water is retained for a long time, it disintegrates completely. So already the Romans knew that you can use volcanic tuff, but you always have to cover it with a plaster, with marble slabs, or at least with a lime wash or something. So once it happened, one day I spoke with one of the peasants there, very simple people, Italians. I told the story about tuff, volcanic tuff, as I told you, that normally it was never visible because it's not suitable to be exposed and so on. It was normally plaster and so on. And so this man told me, but you don't want to plaster it, no? It's so beautiful as it is, no? And you see the facade, it's a worn facade, it's worn. The average German, we spoke before about the perception in Germany, would have called that facade that it looks shabby or neglected. For an Italian, a very simple person, he perceives it as something beautiful. He perceives decay as being something valuable. A fragment is something beautiful. It's something, the age value is more important than the idea to go back to the new. So next, please. So then we have a second or the following generation of conservation theoretics, and very influential was Camillo Boito, an Italian art critic, architect. Also he involved actively in heritage management and conservation. He established something which was then called philological restoration. Camillo Boito, he was very severely against the, let's say, stylistic and reconstructive approach of Viollet-le-Duc. He was absolutely against that. He was promoting that later editions of a certain value, valuable later editions should be preserved as well as part of the monument. And he also was very keen about preserving the marks of time, as already Ruskin called them, marks of time. Another interesting thing with him was that he said, it's better not to do restoration, but to do small repairs. So he was a sort of already thinking in something that is now very fashionable to say minimal intervention. So it's better to do just small repairs than to do a general massive intervention of restoration. And he says that if you reconstruct something, this should be clearly distinguished from the original. So the thoughts of Camillo Boito converged to what is called the Italian Charter of Restoration in 1883, was published, which is a sort of basis for 70 years later, the publication of the International Venice Charter. So many thoughts of Boito went first into the Charter, Italian Charter of Restoration, and then indirectly into the Venice Charter 70 years later. Next, please. So here is a very iconic restoration. In Rome, you might know because it's on all, everybody teaching on restoration makes this example, but I just want to remind it, it's the Arch of Titus, restored by a neoclassical architect who also redesigned or designed many urban spaces in the historical center of Rome, Giuseppe Valadier. In 1823, here you see the pre-situation. This arch was, it's from Roman times, Vespasian is the emperor and so on. So I think it's still 2nd century AD. And it was enclosed into a medieval building. So only the central arch has remained. You see it. Next, please. And here you see it after restoration, done in 1823. So much before Camilo Boito. But Camilo Boito, when he speaks about distinguishing the reconstructed parts from the original, he certainly had also in mind this iconic example, a sort of forerunner of modern conservation in 1823. You have to imagine that Viollet Leduc was a 9-year-old boy when this was done. So you see here that Valadier decided to, yes, reconstruct the whole arch, but to do it in a different stone material. Instead of marble, which is the original material, he used travertine, a local limestone available in the area of Rome. And then he made some very synthetic reproductions of the details, like the capital here, you see, he just made it in a synthetic way. And so it's rather clear to everybody, not only to a specialist, but also to a normal person looking a bit more carefully. It will become clear that, there's something, no, this is not from Roman times, it's something else, no? Okay, so next, please. Here's another example that's a bit later, 1900, but it became a common practice on brick walls. This is again in the Roman Forum, to basically, when you do reintegrations or integrations in a brick wall, you use bricks that are slightly set back, so below the surface of the originally preserved bricks, and hammered. So in this case, it's also very clearly shown the areas of reconstruction are distinguished from the areas from the so-called original areas. Next, please. So here's another conservation theoretic, which is maybe less known to architects because he was actually the founder director of the Central Institute for Restoration in Rome, that you all know probably because he had a cooperation project also with the Egyptian Museum for many years. And I studied there. I'm graduated from that institute, and I didn't meet anymore Cesare Brandi. He was already retired when I studied, but I was in contact with his pupils, let's say, who were my teachers. So Cesare Brandi in 1963 publishes The Theory of Restoration, which is was translated into many languages, in Spanish, English, and German, and so on. I don't know if in Arabic as well. It's a very difficult book to read, I must say, because it's, first of all, it's not a coherent text, but it's a collection of essays, of lectures that he has given over a long period of time. And secondly, he refers, it's full of references to modern philosophy. So if you're not acquainted with modern philosophy, and I didn't study much that topic, it's very difficult, it's very hard to. So what I got as a student at the Central Institute for Restoration was a sort of digested version through my professors. So next, please. So what I forgot to say, Cesare Brandi, mainly what he did was everything was referring to built heritage, to architecture. So the Venice Charter, the earlier Italian Charter, everything was referring to buildings. So as he was the director of an institute that was dealing mainly with artifacts, with painting, sculpture, and so on, he translated, let's say, these principles and adapted them for the conservation of this type of materials. So one basic idea of Cesare Brandi was that he says that if you want to establish how far to restore, or to which degree we can say to restore an object, you must consider what he calls two instances. It's from juridical language, instance, but it's basically two opposed poles that you have to bring into the discussion. One is the historic instance. So basically, it's the object as it is now, the as found condition, because the historic instance means all the history accumulated on the object. The other one is the artistic instance, and it is in time the moment when the object is created. So in between, there's what is called the passage of time that leaves many traces to an object, to a building, to whatever cultural heritage, physical cultural heritage. The passage in time will leave an enormous amount of changes, of additions, of modifications, and so on. So he says one has to make a mediation between these two instances. So whenever you approach conservation, you have to find a balance between emphasizing the artistic instance, which means going back to the origins, to reconstruct, to increase the readability, to do interventions like that, or to leave or to go more towards the historic instance, that means to do pure conservation. Certainly on this time scale, there's a huge grayscale. We can say that if we go with the cursor from right to left, so if we say we are all the way right, it means we would freeze a monument. Just try to freeze it as it is found. Don't do anything. Do not do cleaning, just consolidate it, stabilize it in the situation as you find it. That would be the extreme historic approach. If we go then towards left, you would say at a certain moment, okay, we preserve what is left of the original, but we want to enhance it a little bit. So we do some presentation, we do some cleaning, we make it more visible and so on. So if you go even more left, you would say, oh, I don't like this plaster from the 19th century that is covering a beautiful one from the medieval times. So as this from the medieval times is still there, I want to uncover it. So I destroy a later edition to recover something new. That will be going back even more to the left. The very extreme left would be full reconstruction, would be Viollet-le-Duc, purification, throw out everything which is not from that time and have a pure and fully reconstructed object. Okay, next, let's come back now to the topic of this lecture, the basic guiding concept. As I said, I think it should be developed at a very early stage in the planning of conservation. Certainly what is important is that you have a sufficient understanding of the object. So the best moment to define the basic guiding concept, and when you have already done a preliminary investigation, that means you have collected all possible historical archival data, you have made an assessment of the values and of the physical condition of the monument, and then you have enough data in hand to start to think about developing a basic guiding concept, which normally is not a very complicated thing. It's a very simple thing. It's often maybe one-page document, something like that. It can be certainly, say, you can add details to it. We will see afterwards some example, like case study. I don't know how much time I still have. No time anymore. Very little. Okay. Okay, we go for one case study only. So what I want to say is that this basic guiding concept is normally a draft at that stage of the planning. Well, then the physical intervention starts, you all know, if you work in the heritage field practically, that this is a unique opportunity to revise the history of a monument. Because when you work on a monument, when you start to put hands on, you have a small discovery every day. So the understanding of the monument is changing continuously. And as a consequence, also this basic guiding concept will be changing or will be evolving. So it's not something static, something like dogmatic, but it's something that grows throughout the conservation process. Let's see just one case study. Next, please. So we are here in a church in the north of Spain. I was there with Pablo some years ago, and it's a very important monument. He could explain much better than me, but it's one of the rare examples of what they call Mozarabic architecture. So it's basically churches, Christian churches, that are integrating features of Islamic architecture. So like the horseshoe gate and so on, many different things. So already many years ago, the Department for Care of Monuments started to do investigations on the monument and restoration and so on. And so what they did was also, like it often happens in places so old like this one, this is from 10th century, where you have many, many layers of paint one on top of the other, and so that you do something which is called a stratigraphic survey. So you go and document all the different layers in different places, and you try to reconstruct how the interior, this is normally done in the interior because here on the outside facade there's no anymore plaster remaining. Something? No. So, you know, the stratigraphic, and when they did this stratigraphic survey, was very well done. They found that a decoration from the period of construction was rather well preserved. So a painted decoration from this Mozarabic period, 10th century, which was, let's say, created or done in the same period of construction of the church. Okay, let's see the next. It's a beautiful place. It's in the mountain. So you see here in the road of the roof, you see already uncovered. When I went there, already most areas were uncovered. You see these geometrical designs, also slightly. Or not only slightly, probably quite a lot inspired by Islamic art and decorative art and painting. And you see these painted ashlars. So these huge surfaces, they counted that about 70% of the surfaces in the whole church had this layer from the 10th century, which was not always painted. So only the walls, the other parts have paintings, the lower parts, it's just plain plaster. That is something maybe technical to say, is that all the layers on top of that layer, which is a fresco layer, which means it's painted with pigments on the fresh plaster, so it's a very strong and rather well-preserved layer. The layers on top are all painted on lime wash. So they put some liquid lime and then they did some often secco. So with an organic binder, they decorated. So let's see next. So this is phase one, let's say. This is again some example of phase one of the church, where you see here on that picture, you see some residues of lime wash with another decoration. This is from the Baroque period with these ribbons and so on. Here you see slightly funny because the problem was that the team in charge with that church had already decided that they would like to remove everything else than the Mozarabic layer. So they already had made this decision. So they had uncovered a lot of stuff And made some very funny solutions. It's not so interesting maybe, but the ribbons here, for example, they were painted on a whitewash, but they removed the whitewash, which is part of that paint layer, and just left the ribbons as a, so it's basically useless to preserve them like that. Doesn't matter. So next phase, important phase, there were many phases, but three phases were considered, let's say, historically important, because all the others were rather modern 19th century phases. So here you see one of these Mozarabic, very Islamic gates, two of them actually. And so here you have another decoration which you find only on the arches. It's this interlaced motif. We don't know exact date of that period. The project team was insisting to say it's 19th century, but we found then also indications that it can't be because we found other layers on top. And there's also a document by a very famous Spanish conservator, Torres, what's his name? Balba. Huh? Shall I stop? No? Okay. No, it's almost finished. 5 minutes more. Okay. So, a very famous conservator who was active in the beginning of the 20th century, who made drawings of this decoration, who already saw this decoration, and dated it already to a much earlier period, comparing it with other decorations in other important churches and so on. Okay, so the second phase was only on the arches. Third phase, we already saw. Next slide, please. You see these ribbons, which were certainly covering the whole church interior, but most of it was already removed when we came in and so on. So what we did is that we went a bit, and it was rather interesting because in a situation like that, the good old Venice Charter is still very helpful in a way as a guideline. Let's see next slide. Because the Article 11 of the Venice Charter says, it's sometimes, whenever I have read it so many times, but it's always when you search for something, you read it differently. It's kind of like a, almost like a sacred book. The Venice Charter, but it's very interesting because in that case, it was really telling us more or less everything, what we needed. The valid contributions of all periods to the building of a monument must be respected. Okay. Since unity of style is not the aim of restoration. So it's not the aim of restoration. I have only a Gothic church without any other stuff around. This comes from already Burrito and guys like that. Then, very specifically, when a building includes the superimposed work of different periods, the revealing of the underlying state can only be justified in exceptional circumstances, and when what is removed is of little interest, and the material which is brought to light is of great historical, archaeological, and aesthetic value, and its state of preservation is good. So, in the case of Peñalba, of that Mozarabic church, there was no doubt that the earliest layer was rather well preserved because of a different technique, a fresco technique, first. Second, it was of a high historic importance, no doubt. But there was a small doubt on where the later layers that I showed you, because they were not really of little interest. So there was sort of conflict. We also have to say that, if you remember these decorations with interlaces, under that was also one of the things why the project team said they are not very old, because underneath there was only the stone. So probably in the Mozarabic version of the interior, the gate, the portals, the arches, had the stone, showing the stone surface. They were not plastered, not painted, not anything. So in that case, you would have just, if you remove them, uncovered the surface of the stone, which is not very interesting. So let's say, just as an example, a sort of draft guideline. Next and last slide. So this is a basic guiding concept, let's say, for this Church of Santiago de Peñalba. It's a draft for discussion. We put it on the report and submitted it to the project team. I don't know exactly what was now decided. So it was formulated like that. Due to its unquestioned historic value and uniqueness, priority will be given to the uncovering and presentation of the 10th century decorative surfaces, which are still preserved on more than 70% of the total interior surfaces. That's the Mozarabic. Significant and/or well-readable remains of painted decorations dating from before the late 19th century will also be preserved, as they are important testimonies of the historic development of the monument. Then, in addition, considering their far smaller extension, they will not detract from the overall perception of the Mozarabic interior. So this is just an example of how simple such a guiding principle, a guiding concept can be. But it's very important because we all do it, but we never kind of note it down or formulate it in words, no? Because everybody who comes to a monument, he says, there's also something without data. You go there and your intuition tells you, oh, this looks horrible, it must be removed, what's that? And so, but you have to, in somehow, the exercise would be to rationalize and to try to put it down as a draft, certainly, in the beginning, and then it will accompany the whole project. But it should be always like present as a concept, as a basic guiding concept. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Werner. So we will move on, and then in the end, have the debate. Never too long, never too long. But thank you, because it was very interesting to see two important issues. First, the patina of time, how important it is to keep the patina of time. And second, the legibility of the building. So there are many layers. It's important to keep them, but the legibility is also important. So it has to be read, as Valerie said before, as in the perception of one monument, not many patches, as we have spoken many times.
Thank you.
Thank you, Werner. And now we give way to Professor Talat, who we go with Alhambra? Okay, so now we go with Maria Jose and Ramon, heads of the departments of wood and plaster in the Alhambra, where we will have their vision, the Alhambra vision, on the criteria of restoration. Maria Jose.
Hola, muchas gracias. Ante todo, estoy súper feliz de estar aquí en esta ciudad tan maravillosa, la acogida que tenemos. Soy una gente estupenda y estamos encantados. Y esto espero que sea el principio de una comunicación y una fluidez con este arte, porque tiene mucha relación con el nuestro, con el arte islámico de allí. Bueno, yo soy la encargada de la restauración de madera, del taller de madera policromada del Patronato de la Alhambra, y llevo unos 30 años trabajando allí como responsable y bueno, vamos viviendo distintos criterios y vamos a contar, mi compañero Ramón y yo, cómo trabajamos y vamos a ser un poco valientes porque... ¿no? Restaurar o no restaurar. Vamos a contar primero, por ejemplo, que la Alhambra, no sé si la conocéis, no la conocéis, es un conjunto monumental que está en la Colina Roja, en Granada, es arte islámico y tenemos palacios, tenemos fortaleza militar, que es la Alcazaba, jardines, está todo rodeado de jardines, tiene una extensión de varias hectáreas y empezó en el siglo XI a construirse aproximadamente con el tema de la Alcazaba, que era defensiva, y a raíz de ahí pues, han seguido distintas dinastías, familias, se asesinaban unos a otros, o sea que ha habido bastante. Luego los palacios, tenemos una diferencia, la zona privada, que es el Patio de los Leones y alrededores, y una zona que es para recepción de los emires, de los visitantes, que era donde el monarca los recibía. La Alhambra lo que pasa es que ha sufrido mucho deterioro a lo largo de los siglos. Hay que tener en cuenta que en principio fue creada para los monarcas islámicos y luego llegaron los cristianos, pero después ha estado en un estado de abandono impresionante. Vivían los alcaides de la ciudad, vivía gente del pueblo, fue prisión militar, era un corral donde había animales y tenía un estado de deterioro, vamos, tremendo. Luego, los criterios de intervención y de restauración en la Alhambra han sido muy diversos a lo largo del tiempo y han pasado muchísimos arquitectos importantes. El siglo XIX es el que más voy a hablar porque el que ha sido el que ha tenido peores intervenciones, porque estuvo la familia Contreras, formada por José, Rafael y Mariano, que eran padre, hijo y abuelo. Y esta gente a lo largo del siglo XIX pues tuvo unas interpretaciones y unas intervenciones un poco nefastas para el tema del monumento. El padre José empezó a trabajar en la sala de las camas, que es una zona, un cuarto que hay en la Alhambra, y lo reconstruyó nuevo, entero, totalmente. A la gente le encanta, va a verlo hoy en día, dice qué bonito, pero claro, eso según nuestro concepto de intervención es una cosa totalmente nueva, podríamos decir que el del siglo XIX, perdió todo su valor histórico. Rafael, el que hace, su hijo, el que hace un poco de intervenciones más nefastas porque inventa también bastante, va siguiendo la línea del padre. Y en el Patio de los Leones, por ejemplo, hace una cúpula vidriada, se la inventa totalmente. Y, next, please. Este es el Patio de los Leones en aquella época. Y en 1857, este hombre, bueno, en 10 años antes, fue nombrado restaurador adornista, que así se llamaban antiguamente en época romántica. En 1857 construye aquella cúpula vidriada con forma semicircular en lo alto de ese templete, totalmente inventada, por supuesto. Hasta que en 1914 se constituye el patronato de la Alhambra para evitar intervenciones totalmente disparatadas e irrespetuosas. Luego llega entre el año 1923 y 1936 un arquitecto que creó escuela no solo en la Alhambra, sino a nivel nacional y muy reconocido a nivel mundial, que es don Leopoldo Torres Balbás. Y este hombre cambia el concepto de la restauración. Uno de sus principios básicos era conservar los edificios tal y como nos han sido transmitidos, preservarlos de la ruina, sostenerlos, consolidarlos, siempre con un gran respeto a la obra antigua, nunca completarlos ni rehacer las partes existentes. Entonces, next please. Esta es otra foto antigua coloreada. Esta es con imaginación donde se aprecia el templete. Next. Y Torres Balbás lo que hace es quitar esa cúpula vidriada y este hombre pues hace la cubierta a 4 aguas de teja moruna que va sin vidriar y la pone como era en origen. Entonces fue bastante valiente porque la tuvo bastantes detractores también, porque siempre ha habido gente que le gusta más una cosa, le gusta más otra, pero así es como estaba pensado este patio y esta cubierta según la tradición islámica. Next, please. Este es el patio como lo tenemos en la actualidad. Se quitó también la fuentecilla que había sobre la taza original. Esa fuente es de tradición árabe, es buena, original, pero su ubicación no era sobre esta taza, por lo cual se llevó a otro patio y se intervino también. Y así es como lo tenemos en la actualidad. Se ha asolado el patio con losas de mármol y los visitantes pueden entrar ahora alrededor de la fuente a visitarla todo. Next. Nuestro trabajo en la Alhambra, en nuestro taller, lo dividimos en tres partes. Uno sería la carpintería de madera que tratamos sin policromar, la que no es original, todos los elementos de madera y puertas más nuevos. Para eso tenemos gente que está menos especializada, pero también lo llevan a cabo el trabajo. Y luego tenemos, por un lado, piezas que nos vienen del museo, que las intervenimos pues porque salen en préstamo a otras instituciones y para ir conservándolas. Y la restauración que hacemos en maderas originales dentro del palacio. Entonces, aquí hacemos nosotros dos diferencias muy importantes. Por un lado está la conservación propiamente dicha, que es la que llevamos a cabo sobre las piezas de museo, y por otro lado está conservación, pero intervenciones de restauración. Restauramos piezas originales que están en los palacios para evitar que se sigan perdiendo. Next, please. Aquí, por ejemplo, tenemos he traído un fragmento de techo, un alfarje plano, ataujerado se llama, está formado por esas piezas con forma de estrella y romboidales que se llaman zafates. Y la lacería agramilada, que es la que tiene las líneas incisas en la madera. Estos alfarjes nos los encontramos con muchísima frecuencia en la Alhambra, es uno de los que más se repiten. Este en concreto fue una pieza de museo que decidimos intervenir porque estaba muy deteriorada y ahora voy a enseñarles lo que hemos hecho. Next, please. Aquí son detalles del estado de conservación de la pieza. Next. La parte del reverso, de detrás, tiene ataque de xilófagos, pudrición por hongos, se ven los clavos y nos la encontramos en este estado. Lo que pasa es que estas piezas son muy instructivas. Cuando vienen luego alumnos y viene gente, aquí se ve cómo se hace un techo, cómo se hace un alfarje y es bueno conservarlo, aparte de que va a un museo, pues no reconstruirle piezas y dejarlo que se vea todo. Next. Aquí son procesos de limpieza de los mismos zafates, se ve cómo los clavan, se ve el sistema constructivo. Next. Aquí tenemos lo mismo, un proceso de limpieza y de consolidación de la capa pictórica. Next. Estos son procesos que hacemos de sentado de la policromía, cuando tiene las capas levantadas, con colas animales. Nosotros usamos, por un lado, materiales originales muy parecidos a los que se usaban entonces, y por otro lado también usamos productos novedosos, como es lógico. Intentamos hacer una combinación. Next. En este caso también pegamos las piezas que están fragmentadas, lógicamente. Next. En la parte del reverso de la pieza consolidamos, es decir, le tenemos que dar fuerza porque la madera estaba muy deteriorada, ponemos algunos barrotes de refuerzo porque se movían las tablas y cuando luego se coloca en su posición para evitar que sigan desprendiéndose fragmentos. Next. Estos son ya procesos de protección final. Next. Y este es el resultado. Es decir, nosotros en una pieza de museo hemos limpiado, hemos consolidado la capa pictórica, hemos desinfectado, hemos pegado las piezas sueltas, hemos reforzado, pero no completamos piezas que faltan. Porque esto va a un museo donde hay unas condiciones de humedad y de temperatura que hacen que la pieza esté en condiciones idóneas. Next. Este es el templete que hemos visto antes, que es sobre lo que voy a hablar, porque bueno, podría estar aquí hablando 7 semanas de todos los trabajos, pero voy a centrar exclusivamente el trabajo que hicimos en el templete. Aquí está el plano, la sección, y visto desde arriba, tiene 3,5 metros aproximadamente de diámetro y luego una altura de 2,5 metros aproximadamente. Next. Please. Aquí lo ubicamos dentro de la Alhambra del Patio de los Leones, es este templete. Solamente hay dos. Este que está en la zona este propiamente dicho y el de la zona oeste. Son de influencia persa, son unos templetes que avanzan en el patio y son únicos a nivel mundial porque son los únicos que hay en la Alhambra con forma de semicircunferencia, de una cúpula y además de madera atagujerada, que esto es muy complicado hacerlo, pero esta gente tenía una técnica impresionante. Siguiente, next. Esto es una vista desde abajo y la colocación del andamio para los trabajos, así se aprecia la altura que hay realmente. Next. Aquí estamos trabajando, bueno, enseñándolo al antiguo director que teníamos, a la consejera de Cultura, que subieron a hacer una visita y se ve el tamaño que hay. Todos los zafates los fueron desmontados porque era muy difícil trabajar allí, porque tiene una superficie que cuando aplicas cola y tal, pues te pueden caer encima. Y estaban fragmentados y rotos, y por eso desmontamos casi 700 tableros. Este trabajo duró prácticamente 2 años, entre 2 personas. Next, please. Aquí se ve el estado de conservación que presentaban las maderas y en la imagen esta, el cuadradito, se ve piezas nuevas anteriores porque este templete, esta cúpula ha estado intervenida en distintas épocas a lo largo de la historia en la Alhambra, unas veces de manera más aceptada y otras menos. Esta pieza, por ejemplo, es muy buena y está tallada, no sabemos de qué época, pero nuestro criterio fue dejar las piezas que había talladas, no quitarlas. Next. Aquí tenemos estas 2 piezas que están talladas, pero se le nota otra mano de otro artesano que trabaja peor, pero también la hemos respetado y también la hemos dejado como intervenciones anteriores. Next. Please. Aquí se ve el trabajo de lacería agramilada, pero de intervenciones anteriores, mal hecho y no se corresponde con el trabajo de los artistas. Bueno, no corresponden las cintas. Next, please. Otra pieza nueva y el detalle de la foto anterior. En algunas nos encontramos pequeños fragmentos nuevos y lacería nueva por todos sitios. Next. Aquí también tenemos un fragmento de lacería que no corresponde de otra intervención peor. Next. Estos son piñas y palmetas originales en esta foto, policromadas, toda esta policromía es del siglo XIV, y en aquella foto de allí vemos las piececitas de la piña y la palmeta, que son tallas de intervenciones anteriores y que también hemos respetado. Next. Estas son piezas cuando estuvimos desmontándolas. Esta pieza es nueva, se ve la calidad peor, piezas fragmentadas, que por eso decidimos desmontarlo para pegarlas bien, tratarlas y volver a colocarlas in situ. Next. En este techo nos han salido muchas marcas originales hechas por los artesanos para ubicar piezas. La han hecho con herramientas, con formones, gubias, herramientas para trabajar la madera, y algunas sirven de ubicación de la misma pieza. Next. Aquí, por ejemplo, se ve el hueco que ha dejado la pieza en la madera, y la pieza por el reverso tiene el mismo dibujo, es decir, es como una numeración, pero con forma geométrica. Si no hubiéramos desmontado las piezas, perderíamos muchísima información, mucha. Next. En la estrella, por ejemplo, nos encontramos orificios que nos dan la ubicación exacta de la pieza, es como un reloj. Si uno intenta colocarla después en otra posición, no entra, pero si buscamos esos orificios en la tablera, en la tabla del fondo, entra perfectamente. Next. Y aquí está nuestro trabajo, lo que hacemos en las piezas que hemos desmontado. Hemos completado donde falta dibujo, talla, partes de piezas que faltan, que estaban fracturadas. Next. Luego nos encontramos otras piezas de intervenciones anteriores que no están talladas, las dejaron colocadas con madera lisa, y lo que hacemos es, solo ha sido 3 o 4 piezas, y lo que hicimos fue esa madera lisa nueva, la tallamos para que continuara el dibujo. Esto lo podemos hacer porque los dibujos son repetitivos, cada pieza tiene un mismo diseño, con lo cual podemos copiar el dibujo. Todo esto se documenta, lógicamente, en planos, con fotos, y no se policroma nada con color, solamente en tono de la madera, un poco más oscuro. Next. Aquí, por ejemplo, nos encontramos media pieza de una intervención anterior, la parte del reverso, y fue tallada por el anverso. Next. Aquí igual tenemos una pieza nueva y lo que se hizo fue una copia, se talló para colocarla. Next. Aquí lo mismo, tenemos las piezas original y la que copiamos. Pequeñitas, una más pequeña, otra más grande, muy poca, había muy poca. Next. La lacería, el sistema de lacería agramilada, lo mismo, quitamos la que no seguía un dibujo ni un trazado, que eran intervenciones de peor factura, y se hacen nuevas, se documentan y se hacen con el sistema de media madera, que es el sistema original que usan en la Alhambra. Next. Aquí tenemos, cuando desmontamos, se ve la estructura de la tablazón, cómo está debajo, y todo el sistema de lacería puesto nuevo. Next. Aquí estamos en el taller. Por un lado se tallan las partes que faltan, piezas, y donde es más delicado o más pequeño, lo hacemos con una masilla que fabricamos nosotros con serrín de madera y acetato de polivinilo, cola blanca. Son reversibles siempre los materiales. La madera que ponemos nueva es madera de balsa o de pino blando, siempre más blando que el original. Next. Aquí se ve una reintegración que hacemos. La pieza estaba fracturada y le faltaba ese trozo. Entonces se talla y después lo que entonamos en la última foto se ve que se entona en el color madera, pero no ponemos el azul de fondo de la policromía. Next. Aquí, por ejemplo, faltaba una piña y la colocamos en madera nueva y luego se entona al color de la madera. Todo documentado en plano, todo, absolutamente. Next. Luego el sistema que tenemos de fijación de los tableros nuevos y de los antiguos es usamos el mismo orificio de haber quitado los clavos y ponemos tornillos de acero inoxidable para que luego se pueda volver a desmontar en un futuro si hace falta. Next. Estos son detalles de todas las piezas nuevas que están en color claro porque cerramos todos los huecos que hay entre las distintas piezas. Next. Please. Aquí estamos en el proceso de reintegración con colores reversibles al agua y luego el proceso de barnizado y de protección final. Next. Estos son los resultados finales. Next, please. Next. Next. Y este es antes y después los resultados. Y bueno, es complicado, cada obra, no tenemos que ser tan estrictos, cada obra pide una intervención, siempre manteniendo, por supuesto, pues, el máximo respeto a la obra. Y ahora dejo paso a mi compañero Ramón.
A todos los asistentes a esta sala. Creo que vamos mal de tiempo y tengo que correr. Quiero dar las gracias a todas las autoridades que han permitido que estemos aquí una representación de la Alhambra y en especial a Maya Labrasi y a todo su equipo por permitir y todo el esfuerzo que han hecho por estar aquí. Mi participación en este congreso va a ser doble. Hoy voy a hablar de criterios y mañana hablaremos de un caso concreto de procesos de restauración en material cerámico. Como ya hemos tenido la ocasión de escuchar a las dos conferencias anteriores, pues, y quedan claros ya todos los criterios establecidos internacionalmente por las cartas, vamos a pasar directamente a ver casos concretos de criterios, de actuaciones que hacemos diariamente en la Alhambra sobre material cerámico. Next. Next. Como ya ha explicado mi compañera María José, uno de los primeros casos que tenemos históricos de intervenciones y criterios de restauración sobre material cerámico son los que se realizaron en el siglo XIX y que posteriormente, en la época moderna, en la época científica de la restauración en la Alhambra, a partir de 1923, con Leopoldo Torres Balbás, pues muchas de estas intervenciones se eliminan. Nosotros decir que en nuestro taller de restauración en la Alhambra tenemos dos principios básicos de actuación. Intentamos que nunca llegue la humedad al material, tanto al yeso, que también lo tocamos, como a la cerámica. Evitar las filtraciones de humedad para que no puedan dañar la obra. Y por un segundo criterio que tenemos también diariamente es eliminar o quitar los añadidos de épocas anteriores cuando están perjudicando a la obra original. En muchos casos el yeso en la cerámica y en otros casos también el cemento, por la cantidad de migración de sales y perjuicios que tiene con la humedad. Next. Bueno, este es el caso que también ha explicado antes mi compañera María José, que podemos ver cómo Torres Baluarde volvió a recuperar el templete a su estado original. Next. Todo el material que se desmontó se encuentra en los almacenes del Museo de la Alhambra y en vitrinas en la Alhambra. Y la función que se le da hoy es una función museística y en ocasiones participa en exposiciones que hablan de la historia del monumento. En este caso fue una exposición que se hizo sobre un fotógrafo y escritor Washington Irving. Next. Next. La Alhambra probablemente sea el mayor catálogo de restauraciones del mundo, porque en los distintos periodos que ha sufrido se han ido poniendo distintos materiales y distintos criterios sobre distintos elementos, como en este caso vemos los elementos cristianos sobre un paño de cerámica de alicatado. Entonces se conservan como parte de la historia y tampoco están dañando al material original. Next. Next. Tenemos también un caso que se ha realizado recientemente y bueno, ha levantado mucha polémica, que es la intervención en el Patio de los Leones. Primeramente, toda intervención que realizamos pasa por una consulta del Archivo Histórico de la Alhambra para documentar todos los procesos o actuaciones que pueda haber tenido anteriormente. ¿Pasamos? Next. En los primeros grabados se puede ver que el Patio de los Leones no tiene vegetación. Eso era un suelo corrido. En eso se han basado en las intervenciones que se han hecho recientemente. Next. Aunque no son fotografías ni son reproducciones fieles, que son grabados y tienen parte de inventiva, parte de motivos que se han inventado por el artista, pero reproducen en un tanto por ciento la originalidad del espacio. Next. Aquí podemos ver otra interpretación, pero nunca había tierra ni había vegetación. Eso era a partir del siglo XIX y había provocado mucho deterioro porque el agua de lluvia estaba haciendo que el Patio de los Leones se estuviera moviendo y hundiendo en el terreno. Next. Arriba pueden ver la fase de intervención, donde se suministra toda el agua y todo el mantenimiento que debe de tener hoy día la fuente. Y esto es el aspecto que tenía en la época de 2010. Next. Parte de la intervención, nueva intervención con las nuevas tuberías de agua. Next. Next. Y el acabado final hoy día, para que el agua de lluvia esté recogida y no dañe. Vale. Y esa ha sido una gran intervención acometida en 2010 que ha levantado mucha polémica porque a 100% no se está completamente seguro de que ese patio tuviera esas losas de mármol. Pero, bueno, hay intervenciones que se deciden y no siempre los restauradores, pues a veces no las compartimos, pero están ahí. Next. Next. Hay en ocasiones que falta material cerámico, como vemos ahí en este caso de la sala de la barca. Estas intervenciones ya llevan su tiempo y hemos hecho la reintegración cromática. Hemos aplicado color nuevo encima de una base de un nuevo mortero. Next. Aquí vemos cómo está aplicado el nuevo mortero con un criterio para diferenciarlo, aplicando el color a base de reintegración de rigatino para que se diferencie y se ha reconstruido toda la parte que faltaba. Next. En el segmento 1, que estamos actuando en este momento, podemos ver otros criterios que estamos haciendo también sobre material cerámico, sobre los paños de alicatado e incluso las columnas. Next. Primero completamos la trama del dibujo. Y después, next. Vemos cómo se dibuja toda la talla, toda la trama de la geometría. Next. Y en la imagen del otro lado ya estamos viendo un poquito de color. Next. La diferencia a la izquierda sin color y a la derecha aplicado el color. Next. Esas son intervenciones que estamos realizando ahora mismo. Next. Real, en el baño de colores, el material cerámico ha desaparecido y lo que nos encontrábamos era cemento. El cemento, siempre que es posible, lo eliminamos. Y aplicamos morteros de cal. Lime. El next. También va a servir cuando quitamos cemento y capas añadidas para ver la técnica que utilizaron los artesanos nazaríes, que eso también nos aporta mucha información y mucho conocimiento. Next. Aquí está aplicado el color. Ese es un bote, un contenedor del color. Son pinturas al silicato. Son pinturas que se aplican en el exterior, normalmente o interior, pero aguantan muy bien la humedad y la lluvia, porque son porosas, no son plásticos. Next. Este es el resultado final del jamón de real. Next. Next. Hay ocasiones que nos encontramos conjuntos de cerámica en muchos fragmentos, como es este caso, del Salón del Trono. Es un cerámico que va en el suelo. Y lo que se ha podido, ubicando cada pieza en su lugar. Como creo que era Pablo, nos hablaba de Medina Zara, ¿no? Pues un caso similar. A la derecha podemos ver cómo hacemos la reintegración cromática a bajo nivel y posteriormente se aplica un tono parecido. Next. Aquí vemos también un material interesante. Este material, todo esto lo vamos a poder mejor ver en la conferencia que daré mañana. Aquí vemos un material interesante que en España se conoce como aerolan, se utiliza en el fuselaje, en las estructuras de los aviones, pesa muy poco, y después una especie bastante se puede montar de muchas dimensiones, pero con muy poco peso. Es muy importante. Next. Before. Y a la derecha es el acabado final. Es un paño de 2 metros de altura por de ancho. Next. Estamos utilizando el material cerámico de la Alhambra es proteger el material. La Alhambra, ahora mismo, el principal problema es el turismo. 8.000 personas al día. Es mucho turismo. Vamos a ver el caso que han utilizado en real. Es el el suelo, las calles laterales. Hemos realizado y sobre esos paneles se fija un adhesivo con la fotografía de ser pisado. Next. Se ha apagado y este se puede visitar. Siempre está protegido. Y se eleva sobre el suelo para que siempre tenga ventilación. El gran problema es la humedad. Si la humedad se acumula, tenemos problemas. Next. Que hemos hecho en otros sitios. Un soporte de madera, el original. Un piano que tiene plataforma sobre el original. La cerámica o los estucos los tenemos en la pared. Estrecha y todos los días por aquí pasan personas. Todo el mundo quiere tocar. Se le tolera muchísimo por el público. Se ha hecho todo el proceso de reparación. Soporte. Next. Next. Se ha metido. Ahí se puede ver también. ¿Dónde está? Si quieren alguna pregunta, hagan un contacto, una dirección de correo, email, la tienen ahí arriba. Muchas gracias a los traductores e intérpretes.
Thank you very much, Ramon and Maria Jose, for explaining us your work on restoration techniques. I'm sure it will be very useful for our future work. And now, Mr. Osama Talat is coming after lunch. Oh, you want to do questions now? Okay, so would anyone like to make any question to our restorers, Werner, Ramon, and Maria Jose? Sentaron. Please. So, I would like to ask my first question to Werner regarding the layers and the criteria towards differentiating, taking out or not, and the perception of the monument as one, the legibility of the monument. So, I mean, where do we start? How to choose? What is the way forward when you have these situations?
Difficult question, because I think conservation is always certainly a case-by-case problem, and it's very difficult to generalize or to give like ready-made methodologies how to deal with certain situations. It depends very much on each single case, and maybe regarding layers, let's say a wise recommendation, which is one of the things in Cesare Brandi's theory of restoration, is that he says to keep should be the rule, to remove should be the exception. That is something maybe one could keep in one's mind when you, I mean, you almost never make a mistake if you keep something, but you might make a mistake or regret afterwards if you remove something, which often means that you destroy it, because if you talk about layers of decoration, often the removal means destruction. It's very difficult technically to separate layers, and like an onion, like to unpeel a wall and preserve all the different layers. Can also be in some cases possible, but it's technically very difficult. No.
Gracias, Werner. Why don't you come up to the stage?
Actually, I don't have a question, but I have a comment on Professor Warner's presentation. But before I start my comment, I would like to appreciate and thank the two colleagues who explored to us to fine art presentations on restoration of ceramics and paintings and wooden artifacts. It was really enjoyable for me. Thank you so much. My comment to Professor Warner about the restoration and conservation dilemma, or restoration and conservation discussions, or always there is a debate about restoration or conservation, restoration and conservation. And we have in the history of restoration and conservation, anti-restoration and from restoration movements, and also we have many schools for restoration and conservation in general. For example, the Italian school, the German school, the Polish school, and many other schools. Actually, there are many chapters who definitions for what is restoration and what is restoration, and to which extent what we so far go for intervention, what we can risk for intervention. But actually, after 30 years of restoration and conservation of antiquities in Egypt and out of Egypt, I have came to conclusion that each moment has its own case. And I myself never bought a plan for restoration, and I respected this plan because there are many unseen features. We did not see it before starting the intervention. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. You want to? I think we all agree with you. It's a case-by-case situation. Anyone else?
Thank you for amazing presentation. Excuse me, I'll ask in Arabic. السؤال دكتورة ماريا، هي اتكلمت عن نوع معين من الورنيش اللي بيستخدم في الأخشاب. طب أنا عاوز أعرف إيه مواصفات الورنيش ده؟ هل هو نفس نوعية الورنيش القديم ولا ورنيش معالج على أساس إن هو يبقى مقاوم للرطوبة ومقاوم لعمل ثلاث مختلفة، يعني ورنيش خاص بالتربية. السؤال بالنسبة للدكتور ريموند فرانسيسك، هو قال ان ممكن نستخدم في استكمال البلاطات الخزفيه في الحوائط نستعمل الجص الملون. طب ليه انا ما استعملش نفس الماده؟ يعني خصوصا الجص غير مقاوم للرطوبه والعوامل المختلفه، ليه ما اجيبش خزف ويتعمل بنفس تقنيات الصناعه اللي كانت في العصر ده ويتلون بنفس الطريقه ويتحرق بنفس الطريقه؟ بس شكرا. ثانك يو.
Gracias. Respecto al tema del barniz, bueno, distintos tipos de madera, por supuesto. Tenemos pino, que es lo que más se usa, tenemos peralejo, que es un chopo de río, un chopo que se cría en los ríos y se usa para la estructura, y tenemos nogal. Y el tema del barniz, nosotros hacemos una mezcla. Usamos unos que hay comerciales modernos, es decir, para el sentado de la policromía sí usamos colas tradicionales, animales, pero para el barniz usamos barnices modernos que compramos en CTS, que es una fábrica italiana que vende productos de restauración que ya están probados debidamente, que son reversibles, y nosotros hacemos pruebas en cada caso y mezclamos barniz mate y barniz brillo en distintas proporciones. Hacemos pruebas y lo hacemos nosotros para que quede un satinado con un color agradable, que no quede en brillo, porque uno puede trabajar perfectamente una obra y como se equivoque en el uso del barniz y quede un barniz demasiado brillante o demasiado mate, te has cargado una intervención, queda una cosa horrorosa. Entonces las pruebas las hacemos nosotros haciendo mezclas. Normalmente al 50% y si no, depende de la marca del barniz, hacemos algunos cambios.
Sobre la cuestión del color del yeso, las imágenes que hemos podido ver anteriormente es un estuco, pero no es un estuco de época musulmana, es un estuco cristiano, es un estuco del siglo XIX que se ha decidido conservar. Pero nosotros no utilizamos un yeso especial antihumedad. Lo que procuramos es que la humedad no le llegue al yeso. El yeso se puede utilizar y no hay problema. Y de hecho se sigue utilizando. El problema es que esté en un sitio que le entre la humedad. Lo que hay que generar es una barrera para que no le entre ese agua, no suba del muro o no suba del suelo hacia la decoración de yeso. ¿Vale?
Thank you. Thank you very much, the three experts. And now we're late in time. We have a short break for lunch, only half an hour, and we come back in half an hour. Thank you. So we are going to start with the last part of the day, with the participation of Dr. Osama Talat, head of the Department of Islamic and Coptic Heritage and Jewish Heritage. And I understand also a good old friend of Spanish heritage, where he has come and visited. So welcome, Dr. Talat.
فيلم احمد مطوع فيلم وصلت الريموت والتحريك فين؟ طب انقل الشريحه ازاي؟ اقول نكست. طب ما تنساش اليوزر دي عشان تفتحنا. طب ممكن الاضاءه دي تتقفل بعد اذنك؟ ممكن الاضاءه دي تتقفل؟
بس ما اعرفش بتتقفل منين بصراحه.
مش عارف. جميل. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. مساء الخير على حضراتكم جميعا. Hola, buenas tardes, Paulo. Bienvenido a Egipto, a El Cairo. Que tengas buen tiempo. I wish you have a successful workshop for that. At the beginning, I would like to welcome all our colleagues and scholars who are interested in heritage management and Islamic or historical Cairo. Wish you a successful workshop and wish this workshop would add you more knowledge for the knowledge that you already have it. I also hear all the greetings of Professor Dr. Khaled Al-Anani, Minister of Antiquities and Tourism, and Dr. Mustafa Waziri, the General Secretary of Supreme Council of Antiquities, for you all, welcoming you at the Egyptian Museum of Civilization. And I think you all now see it and know what had happened to make this place ready for the visit and ready for symposiums and colloquium such like the one that we have right now. Thanks a lot. And now I will speak in Arabic to facilitate for my colleagues and my students and my friends too. النهارده المحاضرة أنا بعتذر طبعا لأن هي المحاضرة مش وافية أوي، الوقت ما كانش كافي. كعادتي في المحاضرات كده بفاجئ بان الامتحان بكره، ما عنديش وقت كتير، الدكتوره مي زنقتني فحصرت بين شقي الراحه، بين عدم الاعداد الجيد فيما اظن وبين الوقت الضيق، هذه المطرقه يعني تهبط على راس المحاضر دائما في مثل هذه المؤتمرات. بدايه طبعا انا برحب بحضراتكم، كل سنه وانتم طيبين واهلا بكم متحف الحضاره. أنا اسمي أسامة طلعت، رئيس قطاع الآثار الإسلامية والقبطية واليهودية بالمجلس الأعلى للآثار، وأستاذ الآثار الإسلامية بكلية الآثار جامعة القاهرة. المحاضرة كما وضع اسمها في البروجرام هو يعني مشاريع الحفظ والترميم بالقاهرة الإسلامية، وهنا أنا حطيت يعني أندرلاين علشان الديفينيشن نفسه، المصطلح نفسه في لغط كتير، فاحنا الافضل بما ان احنا متخصصين ممكن في الورك شوب في الاوبن ديسكشن او الاوبن فورم نناقش التسميه الاقرب بناء على تجاربه الشخصيه. انا كأسامة شايف ان كلمه تسميه القاهره بالاسلاميه تسميه قاصره، تسميه غير معبره عن المضمون، لانها تحصر الاثار الموجوده في القاهره في الاسلاميه فقط، في حين انها تحتوي ايضا على اثار قبطيه وتحتوي ايضا على اثار يهوديه. فلو قلنا القاهره التاريخيه اعتقد ده بيكون اعم واشمل، واذا قلنا القاهره التراثيه هنبقى خرجنا عن قانون حمايه الاثار ونتكلم عن الاثار بس. فانا كأسامة بقترح هي تسميه القاهره التاريخيه اللي ابدعها زملائنا في اواخر السبعينات من القرن الماضي. نيكست. مدينه القاهره الحاليه بتاعتنا طبعا سريعا كده سنطول فيها عشان نعرف احنا بنتكلم عن ايه ونعمل ريفريشمنت للذاكره بتاعتنا. زي ما احنا شايفينها هي بدات النواه الاولى ليها في الجنوب في مدينه الفسطاط عندما اسس عمرو بن العاص مدينه الفسطاط سنه 641 هجريه، ومع ازدياد السكان والمساحات المتاحه من الارض كان الاتساع دائما في القاهره في اتجاه الشمال الشرقي نظرا لوجود جبل مقطم في الشرق والنيل في الناحيه الغربيه. امتدت الى حي جديد عرب العسكر ثم ابن طولون وعارفين القصه بتاعت القطاع، وبعدين جه جوهر الصقلبي وده تصوير يا جماعه. الصقل دي احنا علموها لنا زمان هو صقلبي من الصقلبه، واسس حصن القاهره ودي كانت اول مره تعرف العاصمه المصريه فكره الحصن اللي هو الفورت او الفورتيفيكيشن. كان على يد جوهر وكان من يعني الاسباب مختلفه منها انه جايب مذهب مغاير وجايب فكر مختلف عن الفكر السائد في وقته، وطبعا الكلام ده سنه 969 ميلاديه. لما جه صلاح الدين الايوبي كان عمران القاهره الفاطميه مع العاصمه القديمه اللي كان في وقتها بيسموها مصر الفسطاط يكاد يكون متصلا، فما كان امامه الا ان يختار الصوه او التل الصخري المرتفع ده وبنى عليه قلعه صلاح الدين اللي ما زالت موجوده، وبنى اللي هو بالسور اللي هو باللون الاحمر ده سور العواصم اللي هو امتد الى برج الظفر، ومنه الى باب الناصر القديم والفتوح اللي هم كانوا موجودين بالفعل، ومنه امتد الغرب منطقه باب الشعريه وكان ينتهي عند باب البحر اللي هو في ميدان رمسيس. باب البحر مكانه بالظبط بجوار سبيل والده محمد علي في ميدان رمسيس بنهايه شارع كلود بيك. تمام؟ اما في الجنوب فامتد سور صلاح الدين من القلعه من قلعه صلاح الدين الى ميدان السيده عائشه حاليا، ومنه الى باب الصفا اللي هي اشاره عين الصيره اللي يعرف في مجرى العيون يعني، وبعدين منه كان يحيط بما بقي من عماير الفسطاط وينتهي الى النيل عند الباب الذي كان يعرف باسم باب مصر. دي العاصمه اللي بتاعت صلاح الدين، يبقى فسطاط عسكر قطاع قاهره فاطميه قلعه وسور هي بقت الايه الكور الاساسي اللي تفرعت منه وامتد منه كل عمران القاهره من بعد صلاح الدين لحد النهارده. هنلاقي الكور الاصلي الجوهر ده هو اللي موجود، وبعد كده امتداد في الشمال امتداد في الشرق امتداد في الغرب امتداد في الجنوب على الكور ده. تمام؟ نيكست. مدينه القاهره طبعا غني عن القول انها مدينه كوزموبوليتان، مدينه عالميه تحتوي على ثقافات وديانات واعراق واجناس وتجاره مع كل دول العالم اللي كانت معروفه في العالم القديم والعصور الوسطى. تمام؟ فلذلك يعني اعتنى الرحاله والجغرافيون بالاشاره اليها وبرسمها. اللي قدامنا دي اقدم ايكونوجراف لمدينه القاهره عمل واحد اسمه باتيو باجانو و12 طبعا، والرسم اتعمل 1572 و12 1574 يعني حوالي 979 هجري يعني في العصر العثماني. احنا ممكن نلاقي فيه معالم جميله قوي يعني معالم جميله جدا. احنا عندنا سور الشارع بتاع القاهره اهو، الجزء الفاضي ده هو اللي فيه حديقه اغا خان دلوقتي، ده تخيلوا هو القلعه صلاح الدين، دي القرافه الجنوبيه، دي القرافه الشرقيه قرافه المماليك، وادي السور الشمالي اللي فيه باب النصر والفتوح، وادي امتداده في اتجاه الغرب حيث كان ينتهي الى النيل. نهر النيل الجميل بتاعنا اهو ماشي معايا ازاي؟ جزيره الروضه. بص تخيلوا بقى الاهرامات ورسم الاهرامات. تمام؟ ده حاجه زي ايزومتريك او بيرد اي فيو. تمام؟ للقاهره اقدم ايكونوجراف للقاهره. تمام؟ وعندنا بقى ايه حي الحسينيه شمال السور وما الى هذا، حاجه جميله خالص ومش هدخل في التفاصيل عشان الوقت. نيكست. ده اقدم ايكونوجراف للقاهره. ياتي بعديه بقى اقدم خريطه علميه تقريبا لمدينه القاهره اللي هي خريطه الحمله الفرنسيه اللي نشرت في الكتاب بتاع ديسكريميسيون دولوجي وتاريخها من حوالي 1800. تمام؟ واتقسمت القاهره الى 8 اقسام، كل قسم فيه مركز شرطه فعرف بالتن عشان هم 8 اقسام. ولحد بدايه القرن العشرين كان يطلق القاهريون على مركز الشرطه التن، ده خدوا فلان ده للتن ودوا فلان طلع من التن اللي هو تقسيم الثمان احياء بتوع القاهره اللي حصلت في الحمله الفرنسيه. طبعا كانت لازالت البرك القديمه اللي بنسمع عنها في المصادر التاريخيه زي بركه الفيل مثلا وبركه الازبكيه وبركه الناصريه اللي هي كانت بتتملي بالميه من الخليج الناصري المتفرع من النيل، ومكانه دلوقتي تقريبا شارع رمسيس. تمام؟ نيكست. نشأت وتطور السلطه المختصه بالاثار. طبعا كان الرعيل الاول من الاجانب اللي اشتغلوا في دراسه الاثار وما الى هذا، وبدات العنايه بدراسه وتنميه تسجيل الاثار فعليا سنه 1882 زي ما احنا عارفين لما صدر المرسوم الخديوي بتاسيس لجنه حفظ الاثار العربيه. وابتدت فعليا بالكوميسيون وبالقسم الفني 1883 لحد 52 لما قامت ثوره 52 وتحولت الى اداره طبعا لمصلحه الاثار المصريه، وبعدين اصبحت اسمها هيئه الاثار المصريه، وبعدين ايام الدكتور عبد الحليم نور الدين عليه رحمه الله تحولت الى المجلس الاعلى للاثار بقرار من وزير الثقافه فاروق حسني السابق، وبعدين اصبحت بعد 2011 جزء من وزاره الاثار والتراث ثم وزاره الاثار ثم هي الان جزء من المجلس الاعلى للاثار التابع لوزاره السياحه والاثار. ده السلطه المختصه او الاثوريتي اللي هي مسؤوله عن الحفظ او مباشره الحفاظ على الاثار وترميمها. نيكست. لما حفظ الاثار سجلت الاثار الاسلاميه والقبطيه واليهوديه بمدينه القاهره وعملت الفهرس بتاعها 1951 بخريطتين، لوحه واحد فوق ولوحه اثنين تحت معناهم مع بعض، سجلت كل عصر بمعنى محدد، كل الاساليب عارفين الكلام ده. ما حوالي وقتها كان حوالي 635 او 638 اثر، العدد قابل للعجز والزياده بناء على بعض اثار بتخرج نتيجه تهدمها او عدم جدوى البقاء او الابقاء عليها مسجله ضمن اعداد الاثار الاسلاميه القبطيه كما نص قانون حمايه الاثار. والبعض الاخر بتضاف، يعني في اثار بتسجل وفي اثار بتخرج، ف يعني موفبل يعني بتتحرك، العدد بيتحرك. طبعا بالاضافه على مباني ثانيه اللي هي مسجله حسب القانون 144 اللي احنا بنسميه قانون التنسيق الحضاري. القانونين المحددين للتعامل مع المباني دي هو قانون حمايه الاثار 117 لسنه 83 وتعديلاته، والاضافه الى قانون 144 اللي هو التنسيق الحضاري والمباني ذات القيمه التراثيه والفنيه. عشان كده الناس بتزعل مني انا كأسامه احيانا لما يجي اي طبعا مصطلح كلمه اثري دي على تسمى زي الانفلونزا بالظبط، فييجوا يقولوا ده ايه ده المبنى ده اثري وايه وشوفوه، فنيجي احنا نراجع مع زمايلنا كده نلاقيه مش مسجل عندنا، فنقول مش مسجل يزعلوا قوي، يقول لك طب مبنى تراثي، مبنى تراثي يا فندم يبقى خارج عن القانون اللي انا بتعامل بيه. يعني تشبيه كده دايما اقوله وبالذات لزمايلنا في الميديا، اقول له سيادتك انا ضابط مرور مسؤول عن الاشاره افتحها واقفلها، هتيجي تقول لي شقتي اتسرقت تروح سيادتك بقى ايه الامن العام، مش تبع انا والله. وده مش تنصل من المسؤوليه، لكن الالتزام بالتخصص، لان عندنا في الصعيد احنا بنقول من خرج من داره يتجلى من داره. تمام، هتكلم في التراث هتيجي بس تتكلم عندي في الاثار. فشكرا. نيكست. القاهره طبعا لقيمتها سجلت كنسيب عمراني في قائمه التراث العالمي في اليونسكو بناء على 3 كرايتيريا. الكلام ده حصل تقديم الملف 78، اعتمد الملف 79، وفي بعض الثغرات كده لسه هنستكملها في الملف لغايه دلوقتي. ودي طبعا المنطقه البني الغامقه دي المفروض اللي هي الكور زون اللي هي المنطقه الاساسيه اللي مسجله على قائمه التراث، والمنطقه الصفراء دي هي البفر زون او منطقه الحمايه. طبعا في استراجل وفي ديبيت كبير جدا، لان الخريطه دي لما اترسمت على سبيل المثال كانت مرسومه بقلم على خريطه، فتيجي النهارده توقعها على الارض على الارض يعني تلاقي بيت نصه في القاهره التاريخيه ونصه بره القاهره التاريخيه. لما حكايه محور الفردوس لما حصل هو جوه الممتلك ولا بره الممتلك؟ طب احنا اثار بنجيب ممتلك تراثي ولا ثقافي ولا احنا بنجيب اثار معايا؟ فدي ديبيت. احنا دلوقتي الدوله بتعمل على توضيح النقط دي، وتم بالفعل توقيع خريطه بGIS محدده للمناطق اللي بتاعت القاهره التراثيه، وجاري اعداد الملف او اعدادها لرفعها لليونسكو بالتعاون معاهم طبعا. نيكست. بالتوازي مع ده في سنه 98 وبناء على برنامج او توصيه برنامج الانماء التابع للامم المتحده اللي هو UNDP، تم انشاء اداره القاهره التاريخيه اللي مديرها دلوقتي زميلنا العزيز الدكتور محمود عبد الباسط، وبيرأسها سياده العميد هشام سمير، لاداره كل ما يتعلق ب القاهره التاريخيه. ودي الخريطه بتاعتهم اللي منشوره. طبعا الحقيقه ان اداره القاهره التاريخيه لها دور كبير جدا، مش بس في ترميم الاثر بل في عمل شيفتنج في الفكر المصري، ان انت النظريه اللي احنا كنا بنتعامل بيها وما زالت موجوده بس مش قوي يعني، ان احنا كنا بنروح نرمم اثر، مبنى مثلا سلطان حسن تعب فعايزين نرممه فنرممه وبعدين نقفله عشان ما يبصش ونمشي. فطبعا كل المعماريين وحتى المرممين عارفين ان ده اكبر اذى تعمله في المبنى، لان المبنى بيتنفس. بعض الناس ما بتصدقش الكلام ده لما بنقول المبنى بيتنفس، الحجر بيتنفس، فانت لما بتقفله بيزداد رطوبه زي العربيه اللي بتركنها بالظبط، اي عربيه بتركنها بتبوظ. المبنى كده الفكر اللي كان سائد لما جت بقى القاهره التاريخيه اتعملت قالوا لا احنا نتعامل بقى مع زون، نتعامل مع زون، يعني نرمم الاثار وقلاوون يترمم وابن طولون يترمم ومش عارف مين يترمم، لكن في نفس الوقت احنا نعتني بشارع المعز كله. معايا ليه بقى؟ اللي هي بيئه الاثر، بيئه الاثر، البيئه المحيطه، انت لو ما طورتش المنطقه المحيطه بيه واشركت الناس في ده هيرجع بكره يبوظ. ولما في شارع المعز مثال، ولما بقى في الضرب الاصفر مثال، اللي يروحوا منكم يعني لو كانوا يرمموا يعني مصطفى جعفر والخرزاتي والسحيمي وسابوا الدنيا كده كانوا رجعوا اتبهدلوا تاني. لكن دلوقتي السكان وزمايلي اللي في المنطقه عارفين لما بيحصل سدد في الصرف او ميه السكان نفسهم هم اللي بيجروا يروحوا يصلحوا، لانه هو شارك في ترميم ده ونظافه المكان عايده عليه هو. الفكر ده لما يوصل للطبقه المتوسطه والادنى منها بيساعدنا كتير في الحفاظ على الاثر، وفي حاجه تاني في توفير الفلوس اللي بنصرفها على الترميم اروح ارمم بيها غيره. الفكر ده ظهر مع القاهره التاريخيه. ومن ناحيه والقاهره التاريخيه تعاونت مع مؤسسه جميله قوي اللي هي مؤسسه الاغاخان. مؤسسه الاغاخان بعد كده فالقاهره التاريخيه رممت بيت السحيمي زي ما كنا احنا كلنا عارفين المساله دي. نكست. من الاثار اللي اترممت ضمن مشروع القاهره التاريخيه جامع صالح طلائع خالد باب زويله، قصبه رضوان على يمين باب زويله نفسه، وجامع المؤيد. يعني المنطقه دي كلها حصل لها ابجريد كله، وكان التمويل اما يعني محلي من الحكومه المصريه او تمويل بالتعاون مع جهات اجنبيه وجهات منحه غير مصريه، وده يعني تعاون معترف به عالميا وبياخد اجراءاته القانونيه العاديه جدا. نفس الاغاخان بالتوازي مع القاهره التاريخيه راحوا عاملين بقى المشروع، يعني كده حتى اتقال في الاوبجكتيفز بتاعه الاغاخان وهي بتعمل الازهر بارك حديقه الازهر، قالت احنا نهدي القاهره رئه جديده. رئه جديده معايا لان كانت ايه؟ كانت كيمان البرقيه، المكان ده كان الكيمان اللي الحاكم بامر الله ذكر المقريزي ان الحاكم بامر الله امر بالقاء ازبال القاهره خارج سورها الشرقي لان مياه الامطار والسيول بتدخلها من الجهه الشرقيه. فقال للناس لما تيجي تعمل ردم كده ولا حاجه كاس عندك روح ارميه خارج السور، فتكونت الكيمان دي. وبعد كده جت الاغاخان عملت الازهر بارك دلوقتي اللي هو متنزه معايا، وفي نفس الوقت عملت مشروع ترميم كامل لسور القاهره الشرقي في الجزء اللي يخصها من عند برج نمره 6 في الجنوب لحد برج درب المحروق هنا. واصبح انا شايف ان ده عبقريه يعني. هي الفكره طبعا فكره الحديقه هي فكره الجنه بارادايس. اما تخش كده على موقع الاغاخان معايا ازاي اللي هو archnet.org هتلاقي ان هو الفكره بتاعته فكره البارادايس، يعني جنه تجري من تحتها الانهار معايا ازاي، والظل وانعكاس الظل والاشجار والحديقه على الميه وهي جاريه وبتجري من هنا لهنا، اللي هي فكره الحديقه في العماره الاسلاميه اللي هي معروفه في الهند ومعروفه في ايران ومعروفه في تركيا ومعروفه في الاندلس في قصور الحمراء. طيب هو هيعمل الحديقه ويعمل السور بس لا، هو كمان خد الظهير بتاع السور اللي هو الجزء اللي خلف السور مباشره اللي هي منطقه الضلع الشرقي من الدرب الاحمر، وعمل فيها مشروعات ترميم متكامله بدءا من قطب الطرابي الشريفي مرورا بخير بيك مرورا باقصى سنقر ابراهيم بكر مستحفظان مرورا بام سلطان شعبان. واليوم 30 نوفمبر 30 سبتمبر ده اللي هو 30 اللي احنا فيه الساعه 5 العصر سيتم افتتاح المرحله الاولى من ترميم جامع التنبوغه المرداني بالتعاون بين وزاره السياحه والاثار والمجلس الاعلى وبين مؤسسه الاغاخان. وده اول مشروع يعني بترجع بيه الاغاخان بقوه لنشاطها السابق، لان طبعا برضه بعد 2011 تأذوا كثيرا. هنا نموذج لتعاون يعني الجهات مع بعضها ومع الجهات الحكوميه. فاللي انا عايز اقوله انه بيحصل شيفتنج، لاحظ معايا ان بيحصل شيفتنج في التفكير، ان انا اثر بقت منطقه وبعدين الفكر ده انتقل للدوله ذاته معايا، انتقل للدوله ذاته. ازاي حصل الكلام ده؟ نكست. في اللي حضراتكم شايفينه مصر وهي بتبني العاصمه الاداريه الجديده مع ازاي طلع بعض الناس قالوا ايه يا اخوانا ده العاصمه الثانيه بقى، ما هو انت هيسيبوا بقى القاهره بقى ويرموها بقى ما اعرفش ايه، انا بتكلم بالعاميه المنسف يعني. فكان الرد المنطقي والطبيعي هي بتوجيهات فخامه السيد رئيس الجمهوريه الرئيس عبد الفتاح السيسي مباشره لدوله رئيس الوزراء باحياء او ترميم احياء القاهره التاريخيه. اتحطت استراتيجيه متكامله انا اسف لان ده ما بيسكتش فانا غصب عني يعني. فاتحط استراتيجيه متكامله وفقا لرؤيه الدوله لمصر 2030 انا هقول مع حضراتكم هنا كلام ما بنقولوش عامه يعني في العموم، لكن هنا ناخد راحتنا شويه لان احنا في وسط المتخصصين لازم تبقى قاري الدنيا ماشيه ازاي. الحقيقه ان كان بيحصل قبل كده وانا يعني عجوز شويتين، فانا كان بنروح نرمي الاثر ونمشي، وبعدين احنا عايزين له كهرباء فنكلم وزاره الكهرباء، عايزين له ميه فنكلم وزاره الاسكان. قصه طويله. دلوقتي اتحطت الاستراتيجيه دي بجلوس كل الوزارات والجهات المعنيه، قعدنا مع بعض ومعايا زميلي الدكتور ابو بكر احمد عبد الله نائب رئيس القطاع، وزملائي من القطاع برضه عارفين الكلام ده. بقالنا حوالي سنه ونص بنحضر اجتماعات على اعلى مستويات في الاهداف الاستراتيجيه. الاول انت عايز تعمل ايه؟ طيب وعايز توصل لايه؟ طب ونعمل ده ازاي؟ انت مطلوب منك ايه؟ اللاير بتاعتنا كاثار، بقول وادي الداتا بتاعت الاثار وادي الداتا بتاعت الاراضي بتاعتي، مش حصل يا بكر؟ فبيدوها للمعماري، الاستشاري المعماري اللي بيصمم وهو شغال عارف عندنا الارض دي، وحتى لما يحصل احيانا ايرور كلنا فاتحين على بعض، يعني بنعمل جروبات واتس كده مش بتاع صباح الخير ودعاء الميت ودعاء اليقظ، لا ان في الحته دي عايزين المعلومه دي، لا طب بتاع الاثار بتاع الجبانات في المحافظه ما اديناش الداتا بتاعت الجبانات اللي متسجله عنده، وتحصل دراسات اجتماعيه للناس اللي موجودين، ان الفكره كما اراد ان يشاع البعض ان الفكره ان الدوله بتهد وبتمشي وبتعمل، مش دي عندنا في مشاريع القاهره التاريخيه خالص. وهضرب لكم مثال حضراتكم انتم شايفينه يعني. فكانت التوجيهات لدوله رئيس الوزراء، وبرضه انا بقولها دايما ان الراجل اصلا استاذ تخطيط عمراني، فهو بيشتغل يعني هو فاهم اللي بيحصل ده، بس امانه شديده وبرضه في السر كده ما تقولوش لحد، هو لا يتدخل في الفنيات، يعني لا يتدخل بالفنيات، هو يدير. وبعد كده طبعا يعني الاستاذ الدكتور خالد عناني وزيرنا النشيط ماشي ورانا خطوه خطوه كده، سواء اداري او بالزيارات، وحضراتكم بتتابعوا وتشوفوا يعني زي يوم الخميس اللي فات كده كنا في القلعه، قبل منه كنا فين، وهكذا. فابتدت بقى زي ما قلنا تحدد الاهداف والاستراتيجيات ومراحل العمل وفقا للرؤيه الاستراتيجيه لرؤيه مصر 2030. وبعدين تم اسناد التخطيط الدكتور فلان ده وعنده سابقه اعمال في مشاريع تطوير عمراني في مدن سواء في مصر او خارج مصر، هو اللي يشتغل الحته دي. وتقسمت القاهره التاريخيه لزونز، لمناطق. ليه بقى؟ ما ينفعش نشتغل في كل القاهره التاريخيه في وقت واحد، هتخرب الدنيا. ما ينفعش، لان هنضطر في شوارع هتضطر تتقفل، وفي حتت هتتحفر، وفي حتت هتتعلق فيها سقالات عشان تطوير وجهات زي ما بيحصل في شارع المعز دلوقتي. فتقسمت مناطق بحيث ان منطقه تسلم منطقه، وان شاء المولى الكريم يعني باذن الله اذا فضل المعدل اللي احنا ماشيين فيه ده، ورغم انه وجهات كبير جدا على الجميع، في خلال 3-4 سنين هتلاقي القاهره التاريخيه دي راحت حته ثانيه خالص غير اللي هي فيها. لان دلوقتي بتشتغل بقى ايه وزاره الاسكان في المرافق، واللي هي المشكله دايما عندنا زمايل الاسريين عارفين ان احنا عندنا مشكله ميه تحت سطحيه، عندنا ميه جوفيه، شبكه الصرف هنا مهترئه، فانا برمم النهارده بتسرب لي الميه تطلع في الحجر الجيري اللايمستون اللي هو بياخد ميه يبقى بودره. فالكل شغال. طبعا انا مش بحاول ارسم صوره مثاليه، لكن احنا بنجتهد والتوفيق على ربنا. تمام؟ فانتهت مراحل التصميمات ومراحل الحصر كمان، وبدا التنفيذ بالفعل. بدا التنفيذ فين يعني؟ طب ما احنا عمالين نتكلم كده. لو رحت حضرتك عند جامع المحموديه، الاستاذ ناجي اتصل 100 مره والموبايل بتاعي في ايد انا مش في ايده هو، ان ايه الحفار شغال جنب جامع المحموديه واحنا عارفين قصته. ده جزء من تطوير الساحه بتاعه ضرب اللبانه. عندنا مشاريع هنقولها بسرعه. نيكست بليز. عندنا مشروعات هقول امثله منها. مشروع تطوير عين الحياه او عين الصيره. مشروع تطوير عين الحياه او عين الصيره اللي هي دي. اظن انا مش محتاج احكي لحضراتكم حاجه. اطلعوا من القاعه دي، امشي يمين على طول، اخرج من الباب وبص قدامك. هو ده المشروع. طب اشتغل كده. طيب المنطقه عين الصيره اللي هي طبعا كلنا عارفينها كانت مش متدهوره، كانت مهترئه عمرانيا، وموضع كان يخشى الناس السير فيه ليلا وما الى هذا. جت الحكومه نظفت الدنيا دي، فلترت الميه وعملت الايه البانوراما بتاعه متحف الحضاره. ما ينفعش متحف الحضاره اللي يبقى في المكان بالشكل ده. اتطور الشارع نفسه وبقت المنطقه اللي احنا كلنا شفناها ليله موكب الموات الملكيه وكلنا كنا سعداء بيها، صح؟ فده اول مشروع اللي هو منطقه يعني تطوير منطقه عين الحياه وعين الصيره. اطلع شوفها بره، هي مش هجيب لك صور، انا قاصد. لو ما كنتش شفتها اطلع كده يمين هتلاقيها في وشك كده. تمام؟ طيب في عندنا برضه مشروع تطوير ساحه باب العزب. تطوير ساحه باب العزب. لو برضه طلعتوا كده واحنا مطرح كنا بناكل بنتغدى فاكرين كان في مسرح بيتعمل كده مكتوب عليه بدايه. النهارده الساعه 7 هيتوقع بروتوكول التعاون بين وزاره السياحه والاثار وبين الشركه المنفذه لتطوير وصندوق مصر السيادي لتطوير ساحه باب العزب. دي كان حلم في الالفينات كانت عاملاه الدكتوره نايري، ونتيجه اراء معارضه ما شافتش المشروع اصلا فعملت زيطه وزنبليطه فتوقف المشروع. لا باب العزب استفاد ولا حد استفاد وفضل زي ما هو، وحاله التدهور شغاله وزمايلنا يعملوا في تقارير ونبعت لقطاع المشروعات وقطاع المشروعات يقول لك طب ونقعد اللي هي الاداره باسلوب البينج بونج، انا ابعت لك جواب وانت ترد عليا بجواب ونقعد بقى ايه الموضوع بيني وبينك الى ان شاء الله يا انا اموت يا انت تموت يا الاثر يقع، يعني حاجه اللي اخترع بقى، يعني هي حاجه من دول هتحصل انت بقى ايه يعني انت ونصيبك. فطبعا ما ينفعش الكلام ده. ده مشروع تطوير ساحه باب العزب. اللي انا بقوله بيلمس حضراتكم يعني بقول لك اهو شوف اهو اطلع شوف هنا وشوف المسرح اللي بيتعمل واللي هيقعد الساعه 7 يشوف التوقيع. تمام. في عندنا برضو مشروع تطوير ساحه، انا اسف مكتوبه املائيا غلط، ساحه المشهد الحسيني. ده كان برضو من المشاريع اللي هي الجميله قوي وبدا الشغل فيها بقى في كفر زخاري وكفر الطماعين، وزمايلنا اللي في المنطقه دي عارفين تطوير المنطقه كلها. مش انا بقول المشهد الحسيني كاسم لكن هي الزون كله هي المنطقه بتاع المشهد الحسيني. عندنا برضه مشروع تطوير درب اللبانه، الدكتوره طبعا يعني صديقتي وزميلتي والشخصيه الجميله قوي الدكتوره نيري هي اللي شغاله فيه وشحتتني شريحه كده هفرجكم عليها هي بتفكر ازاي واحنا رايحين فين معاها. يعني درب اللبانه في منطقه تطوير باب زويله. ازاي؟ باب زويله طبعا تشوف دوله رئيس الوزراء لما جه هي كانت رساله للناس ان الدوله معاكم، احنا مش جايين نزيل احنا جايين نطور. ورفع كفاءه، تطوير ورفع كفاءه، الناس هتستفيد يعني الناس هتستفيد والمنتجات قيمتها هتزيد واللي عنده صنعه بيعملها الزباين هتبقى المنطقه يعني كمجموعه يعني ضمنا للسياحه كده ابتدينا نتعلم من زمايلنا بتوع السياحه شويه حاجات منها ازاي كيف تجعل المقصد جاذبا، يعني المقصد السياحي ده ازاي تجذب الناس ليه. اول حاجه فيه انه يبقى اكسسبل يبقى سهل الوصول اليه. يعني انا عندنا متحف جميل قوي فريد من نوعه في العالم اسمه متحف فن الاسلام. حد بيروح منكم؟ ما خلينا نكون واقعيين، انا معايا العربيه هروح اركب زين انا صح ولا لا؟ لكن لو المتحف ده موجود في مكان زي كده هنا ومعمول له باركنج كده محترم وبتاع انا عندي استعداد ادفع بس ما اتبهدلش. وصلت؟ فدي المساله. فكل التطوير ده موضوع في الاعتبار اللي ايه ساحات الانتظار والتطوير هيبقى ايه انا مش هخش في التفاصيل. تمام. منطقه درب اللبانه، تطوير باب زويله، تطوير جامع الحاكم كنت هناك الصبح وده سبب ما حضرتش الافتتاح. ومشروع طبعا اخر حاجه شغالين فيها دلوقتي اللي هي دراساتها انتهت حديقه تلاوه الفسطاط الكبرى. نيكست بليز. حديقه تلاوه الفسطاط الكبرى احنا حضراتكم هنا ودي عين الحياه اللي احنا بنتكلم عنها. لما المنطقه دي اتطورت كده هو الزون ده اللي انا بتكلم عنه ده اتطور فده لعله اغرى الدوله والقياده السياسيه انها تعمم التجربه على مسطح اوسع واكبر. فكان عندنا ولا زال عندنا هنا جنينه الفسطاط ده شارع صلاح سالم. تمام. وده شارع حسن الانور اللي بيدخل على مجمع الاديان. وده الشارع اللي بيدخل من هنا نادي الابطال ويدخل على عين الصيره وشارع الفسطاط الجديده لكوبري العاشر. اللي انا بشاور عليه ده هو حديقه تلال الفسطاط الكبرى اللي بدا الشغل بالفعل اللي حضراتكم شفتوه جامع عمرو اهو في الساحه دي. دلوقتي الشغل هنا لان هيبقى المدخل الغربي للحديقه. طبعا الزون بتاعتنا هنا اللي باقي منها ايه؟ خلينا نكون واقعيين وده كلام الزمايل الاثريين. انت النهارده بتتكلم عن الفسطاط كانت مساحتها 0000 تمام؟ مش انا ولا انت ومش بنلقي التهم على غيرنا نتيجه عوامل مختلفه تاكلت الفسطاط الاثريه على مراحل. مين اللي غلطان؟ مش قصه اللي عايز ينجز الفسطاط سفر سفر. طيب تمام عادي يعني بيحصل عشان انا مستجد عندكم ايه؟ لا احنا صعايده ما بنخافش لا حتى لو طلع من ورا الشاشه مفيش مشاكل السلاح جاهز اهو. طيب كنا بنقول ايه الله يصلح حالك. المهم فاحنا كان كل اللي يعنينا عشان نختصر بس الوقت، الدكتوره مي عماله تبص لي. كده تمام. معلش اسم الواحد جاي يعني. طيب اكمل ولا؟ طيب ممكن بعد بقول لهم بالاسباني بقى بعد كده ان شاء الله، افتكرت اصلا يعني. فاحنا قلنا ايه؟ احنا قلنا الفسطاط ما بقي منها فعليا هي المنطقه اللي انا بشاور عليها دي، اللي هي بقايا حفائر الفسطاط. و احنا طبعا بنشوف الدنيا والناس بتتكلم وما الى هذا. كل واحد عنده علم وبنحترم كل ذي علم، بس ما ينفعش ذي علم يجي ويزايد على ذي علم معايا. فالفسطاط يعني قصه الحفائر من اول علي باجت والبير جابرييل. في ناس ما تعرفش ان في واحد اسمه حسن الهواري سنه 34 عمل حفائر في الفسطاط. في ناس ما تعرفش ان في واحد اسمه جمال محرز كان مدير متحف الفن الاسلامي واكتشف بقايا الحمام الفاطمي، وهو اللي خد البانل دون وراح حطه في صوره الامير ماسك الكاس والعصابه الطائره. فما حدش يجي يقول لنا الحق يا جدع. تمام، فاحنا عارفين والله. وفي كتير من الاثريين ما يعرفوش البيت الطولوني والحمام الفاطمي اللي احنا حافظنا عليهم ضمن مشروع 90 فدان. الخلاصه لاول مره هيبقى في مصر فكره الاركيولوجيكال بارك. la primera vez اللي هي الباركو اركيولوجيكو. اول مره هيبقى في فكره الاركيولوجيكال بارك اللي هو الحديقه او المتنزه الاثري ده اللي بره موجود. فانت ايه المانع ان انت هتحافظ على الحفاير بتاعتك وعلى الفسطاط اللي هي اول عاصمه للاسلام في افريقيا، وبعدين المنطقه اللي هتتطور بحيث ان الناس تقدر تروح تزورها، لان الاثريين نفسهم دلوقتي انا مش عايز اقسم، لكن كم واحد اثري راح الفسطاط شاف حفاير الفسطاط. خلينا بقى ان الله حليم، لا ما انت ده انت بتاعتك يا شاعر معايا. فعشان تبقى افيلبل تبقى متاحه للناس وتبقى قيمه مضافه للمشروع مع الحفاظ عليها، وتقال لنا كده نصا شوفوا انتوا عايزين تعملوا فيها ايه واحنا معاكم. طبعا احنا كنا بنجري بنقول عايزين شكارتين اسمنت عشان نسد البوابه، ما حدش بيسال فينا. دلوقتي الدنيا كلها افيلبل ومتاحه. هي القصه بقى انت عايز ايه؟ فبرضه المتخصصين قعدوا مع بعض وحطينا التصور اللي احنا عايزينه. لا هنبني بيوت في الفسطاط، ولا هنزيل اثار من الفسطاط، ولا هنعمل ريكونستراكشن كامل للبيوت بتاعت الفسطاط، لان مفيش اثري يعرف شكل بيوت الفسطاط وهي مشيده كان شكلها ايه. احنا نعرف البلان بتاعها بس. الست بيوت او الثمان بيوت اللي اكتشفهم علي باجت واشهرهم واجملهم واكثرهم حفظا حتى الان هو البيت نمره 6. البيت نمره 6 في حفاير في الفسطاط اللي انا بقوله ده لو حد من الفسطاط هيفهم. وهو هيلاقي مكتوب في ملف الفسطاط الحفاير ان في واحد اسمه اسامه طلعت اللهم لا فخر يعني سنه 89 90 91 عمل حفاير في الفسطاط ومتسجله في المجلس الاعلى للاثار. ازاي؟ واكتشف 103 متر من سور صلاح الدين في الفسطاط، وبالتعاون مع الدكتور محمد ششتاوي والدكتور فتحي عثمان والجماعه الاكابر اللي كانوا من الاثريين في الفسطاط بالجهود الذاتيه رممنا وحافظنا على بقايا البيت نمره 6 اللي لغايه دلوقتي احنا فرحانين بيه. فاحنا بنسعد جدا لما الناس بتقول بس والنبي تعالوا اسمعونا بالله عليكم عشان مش فاضي لك. انا عندي شغل كتير، عندنا شغل كتير. فتعالى ادي مشروع شغال دلوقتي بالفعل وبدا تنفيذه. هنروح نيكست بليز. اخر مثال بقى وهسكت اللي هو من المشروعات اللي انا قلت لكم شغاله يعني برضو مشروع الارتقاء العمراني، وانا بحب التسميه دي الارتقاء العمراني بمنطقه درب اللبانه. للي ما يعرفش منطقه درب اللبانه هي جامع جوهر اللال والبيمارستان المؤيدي وتكيه تقي الدين البسطامي، وانت نازل كده لحد ما توصل لسوق السلاح اللي هي ورا القلعه ورا سلطان حسن والرفاعي من ناحيه وشارع سكه المحجر من ناحيه. فالشارع اللي على اليمين ده تحت هو ده شارع سكه المحجر وادي الايه طبعا ده جامع المحموديه. المهم المنطقه دي كلها داخله تطوير Next please. وهي اخر واحده اللي جايه على ما اظن. Next slide please. باختصار ومن غير فلسفه ومن غير بتاع، اللي اتقدم معتمد وهيتنفذ. بص سيادتك تحت اللي واجهه البيوت دي في شارع سكه المحجر. شايف البيوت دي؟ املى عينك بيها بس. بص اللي فوق منها بقى. بس مع تطوير شبكات الميه والصرف والفايبرز. فايبرز ها؟ مش سلك بقى وناولنا حسين والدنيا البتاع وصلت. كنا ولا زلنا وسنصبح فيما بعد دي اعمال الحصر. شكرا للدكتوره ماهر اللي انا سمحتني نستخدم الشريحه دي، وشكرا لحضراتكم، واتمنى ان اكون عرفت اوصل يعني ولو اطلاله سريعه عن القاهره التاريخيه اداره وفكرا ومستقبلا ان شاء الله. نسالكم الدعاء بالتوفيق لبلدنا ولينا ولحضراتكم. شكرا جزيلا.
As expected. Thank you for sharing us the very ambitious plan for Cairo and how it's becoming a reality. If the members of the roundtable would like to come up to the stage, Dr. Talat, to you too. So I have to say that one of the great advantages you have is you come with a very good professionals in the field that are helping you.
Sorry? طيب شكرا ليكم. احنا كان يوم طويل النهارده وللاسف طولنا عن الوقت شويه، بس قدامنا ساعه للنقاش. احنا معانا طبعا دكتور اسامه طلعت، مش هنعرفه تاني بعد ما التعريف. بروفيسور فكري حسن من الجامعه الفرنسيه، البرنامج اداره التراث اللي بين الجامعه الفرنسيه وجامعه سوربون. دكتور بروفيسور بلال عباده هندسه عين شمس، ومهندسه دينا بخوم متخصصه في الحفاظ على التراث، وطبعا ماريا ورامون شفتوهم قبل الغد. اللي احنا هنعمله ان احنا هنطلب طبعا فيرنر شميت برضه شفتوه قبل الغد. اللي احنا هنعمله ان احنا هنطلب من المتحدثين من ممكن نبتدي بدكتور فكري ونعدي ونرجع لدكتور اسامه تاني علشان دقيقتين بس تعليق على اليوم ككل، وبعدين هنفتح النقاش.
First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for this exciting day, reflecting on the measures and criteria for restoration. And one of the key issues that were raised, many issues that are very important were raised today, focusing on restoration and conservation, as well as the idea using different technologies in the process. A lot of ideas were raised, and I would like maybe to provide a framework for thinking about this issue. The issue of restoration and conservation was raised. Conservation comes as an idea after restoration, which involves multidisciplinary approaches to restoring the monument. We then moved, as we have seen in the last presentation by Dr. Osama, to the
whole fabric of a place rather than a monument. This and the word irtiqa and tatwir was used. In English, only we have used the word revitalization, which I think is the key shift in the philosophy of approaching old monuments. Revitalization is extremely important versus conservation because it ties to what we may call living heritage. And that's different from the tangible heritage. It brings tangible and intangible together. And it leads to a lot of issues. One of them is the importance of community. Time is limited. I cannot cover all the areas that I would like to talk about, but I would like to emphasize the fact that if we adopt a revitalization philosophy, then we are dealing with another issue that's timely, which is sustainability. And sustainability means the sustainability of the building itself and the sustainability of the community and the values that are associated with the monument. So here we have a shift in paradigm from the stone to people and to traditions that are continuous. And this resolves a lot of the issues that are raised in the past about authenticity. And when we talk about authenticity in this sense, in my mind, you have to talk about the essential elements that without them, there will be no identity to that. So that avoids a lot of issues about replacement, additions, etc. You have to think of what are the essential elements that if I remove them, this no longer becomes what it is. That makes it easier to deal with some of those issues. In terms of the philosophy of revitalization or conservation restoration, I think we have our first question is what are we restoring it or conserving, revitalizing it for? Is the Fustat Park, for example, recreational, economic development, or something else? So we come to the issue of the values and the significance. Significance in the present, bringing back what it could have been in the past. And that brings the idea of interpretation. No project should be complete without not only documentation, but presentation on site, so people can know what has happened, what it was like, and its part. And in this regard, I was delighted to hear today about virtual reality, because it would be one way of presenting to the public what goes on. You know, if you have a GIS, that could be included, and it doesn't need a lot of room orientation centers, but it could be just a booth to bring to people what's going on and the historical significance. If we go to the idea of the Tikaya, for example, then we have a very interesting history, because the point is that if it is part of living heritage, then it has to tell a story about the past. You know, we talk about Sufis. We talk about the Turks when they came to Egypt. We talk about the Mamelukes. So we enter into religion, into politics, into this guy is coming from a different country, so there are international relations. So you begin to understand what the world was like in the past from a social perspective. Then you look at the history after the decay and dilapidation of the building, and how it has been reused, and integrate modern uses with the original ones in a form of an ingenious way of bringing the past together with the future. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this wonderful workshop. Actually, I enjoyed very much the lecture of this morning. I would like to make a couple of reflections on what Ms. Valerie Megan from the Makar from the ICROM has presented this morning on the criteria. It was very systematic, very clear cut, and very obvious. The basic criteria and the details, the components of every one. This was really very concise and very clear. I wanted very much to reflect on the shift that's happened from the scope itself, from restoration to conservation, and from conservation of monuments and buildings to conservation of sites and cities. And later on in 2008, and after that, 2008, the Vienna Memorandum, and later on in 2011, the UNESCO recommendation on the historic urban landscape, which implies a wider scope for conservation. A wider scope for conservation is not limited to monuments and sites, but also included the intangible heritage and the historic urban landscape, or the what we call it sometimes natural heritage, in one package, in one umbrella, under one category of intervention. This is a comprehensive intervention. Monuments are not monuments without the context. The context is not only physical, the context is physical, social, economic, cultural, and all of these are interacting together to preserve our heritage. What I wanted very much to hear about is what kind of criteria can be set for the historic urban landscape? And specifically, what about the modern heritage? What's about the definition of modern heritage and the way that we are conserving our modern heritage? We know that international modern heritage is widely recognized, and later over the past few years, we have read about the inscription of Frank Lloyd Wright heritage and Le Corbusier heritage and others. We are unlucky in Egypt since we don't recognize, we don't acknowledge the historic urban landscape of the Egyptian cities. This is one. And unfortunately also, the modern heritage is not inscribed as monuments, in spite of, according to the Antiquities Law, the 1983, they are above, or they are more than 100 years old. Heliopolis, for instance, or many other places like Eiffel Bridge and the zoo in Giza, or whatsoever. This is all more than 120 years. In Sabtiya area, this is a very historic area. Unfortunately, it's totally neglected. But this is the birth of the industrial heritage of Egypt, Al-Qusayr, and similar examples that unfortunately we don't recognize modern heritage except with some exceptions. Mashayikh al-Azhar. For a reason or another, we have some lucky monuments, modern heritage that is already inscribed. Mashayikh al-Azhar is 1935, and it's not 100 years old, and so on. So I would like very much to recommend that working towards conserving and evolving the historic urban landscape, not only on international arena, we see many applications and many case studies that happened here and there, but actually we don't have a solid body of criteria and guidelines to be applied and to govern the practice of that. One last thing, reflection actually on historic Cairo. I would like to address it to Professor Osama. Since he addressed it in Arabic, I'm doing the same also in Arabic. دكتور أسامة، أنا بختلف تماما مع حضرتك ومع الزملاء السابقين في تحديد حدود القاهرة التاريخية. لا يوجد شيء اسمه القاهرة التاريخية. القاهرة التاريخية القاهرة بكامل تاريخية. القاهرة كلها تاريخية. لماذا أتوقف عند حد معين؟ النسيج العمراني هو تاريخي. نحن لا نعترف بالنسيج العمراني، نحن نعترف بالآثار وبالبفر زون أو بحرم الأثر، سواء طبقا للقانون أو طبقا للإمكانيات. حرم الأثر ساعات 40 متر أو ساعات 100 متر أو ساعات 5 متر على حسب الظروف العمرانية. بينما نسيج القاهرة التاريخي هو بالكامل تاريخي. إذا أطلقنا القاهرة التاريخية فالقاهرة بالكامل تاريخية. العتبة تاريخية، الأزبكية التاريخية، وسط البلد تاريخية وليست تراثية. الإليوجن أو الخداع الحاصل ما بين الآثار والتراث هو كان حل سياسي للتغلب على مادة 100 سنة، وده مش مظبوط. هليوبلس أكثر أو يعني تقريبا 118 سنة ومش أثر. ما فيش مبنى في هليوبلس غير أثر، غير مباني معدودة، قصر البارون أو غيره. عندما لو قلنا غرناطة أو قلنا حاجات مختلفة ما فيش. المودرن هيريتج اللي بيتلاشى في القاهرة، مباني سيد قرايم اللي اتبنت في الخمسينيات أكثر من 70 سنة عمرها، ويعني اكزامبلز للعمارة المصرية. سوق القاهرة الدولية اتبنى في بداية الستينيات، اتهدم بالكامل، وده مودرن هيريتج كان نفخر به في تطور العمارة المصرية. فانا ارجو حضرتك ان يعني اعاده النظر، ما دام انتوا لسه ما انتهيتوش، اعاده النظر في القاهره التاريخيه بادخال عمرانيون وليس اثريون وليس تاريخيون فقط. عمرانيون على درايه بعمران القاهره التاريخي ومورفولوجيا العمران وكيف تطورت. هذا يعني شيء مهم جدا. يا اما احنا عندنا القاهره الاسلاميه يا اما القاهره التاريخيه، ونكسب فرصه ان احنا نسجل مواقع جديده على قائمه التراث وسط البلد على سبيل المثال، او منطقه الاسماعيليه او منطقه التوفيقيه او مناطق اخرى. الشيء الثاني يعني كل احترامي للعمليات الجاريه في القاهره التاريخيه، الست مناطق ما كانش فيه اي بريورتي، هي جت بالصدفه، ما كانتش مختاره وما فيش اي اولويه لهذه المناطق عن بعضها، غير ان هي كانت مشاريع اختيرت لاسباب او لاخرى. نفتقد، ما زلنا نفتقد وجود رؤيه شامله تعمل خلالها هذه الست مناطق وال 20 50 منطقه اللي هيجوا بعد كده، يبقى في كلير ستراكشر، كلير هيكل واضح لتطوير القاهره التاريخيه، يراعي في الاعتبار حاجتين اساسيتين، ان كل ما يتم عمله من عمليات تنميه وتطوير وشائي محاور وكباري وفي الشمال وفي الجنوب وفي المقابر وضياع اثار هنا وهنا، مع الحفاظ على الاثار واعاده تدويرها او اعاده تشغيلها لتخدم المجتمع. ثانك يو، شكرا لحضرتك.
Hello, everybody. I first want to thank the speakers of today and also Valerie, who's not with us here, but in spirit. So thank you all very much, and I thank the organizers. I'll make my main comment in Arabic so that it's easier for everybody to understand, and then in the roundtable, maybe I'll catch up again in English. فأنا هقول التعليقات بتاعتي شوية بالعربي دلوقتي. من الحاجات اللي أنا حسيت إن هي مهمة جدا، ومتهيألي المتحدثين كلهم النهاردة وضحوها جامد، ودي أظن من الحاجات الأساسية اللي لازم نفكر فيها، إن عمليات الترميم، أي تدخل بنعمله سواء هو هنسميه حفاظ، هنسميه ترميم، هنسميه إعادة بناء، هنسميه إعادة استكمال لأي حاجة، هي مرتبطة جامد جدا بالقيم اللي المكان ده بيمثلها. والنقطة الثانية اللي أنا شايفة إنها كانت مهمة جدا هي إن إحنا شفنا تعدد القيم. فدول متهيألي معظم اللي موجودين هنا يا إما شغالين في وزارة الآثار والتراث، الآثار والسياحة، أو شغالين في مجال الآثار والتراث عامة. إحنا بنبص للأثر من ناحية معينة، بس زي ما اتوضح النهارده ان كل حد بيبص للأثر بطريقة مختلفة، أو للتراث بطريقة مختلفة، أو للمبنى الحديث حتى لو هو حديث بطريقة مختلفة. وعشان فعلا نفهم المبنى ده كويس لازم نفهم القيم المختلفة لهذا المبنى. So I'm just stressing on the point of you translating. Okay. فاحنا شفنا ان علشان نقرر هنستكمل هذا الطبق النجمي ازاي، مثلا في البرزنتيشن بتاعت ماريا بنشوف قيمة الحاجة دي، وبنشوف امتى ممكن نستكمل بطريقة ان احنا نبقى صارحين مع الناس في المستقبل، ان ازاي اي حد يشوف الحاجة دي بعد كده يعرف الحاجة دي ايه نوع الأصالة بتاعتها. نقطة من النقط اللي أنا كنت شايفة إن هي مهمة وأثيرت هي إن الأصالة ليها تعددات مختلفة. الأصالة مش بس الأصالة المادية زي ما كان في اتفاقية التراث العالمي في 1972 لما اتعملت، وفي المبادئ التوجيهية اللي بتتغير كل شوية، إن كان الحاجة المادية هي المهمة. بعد كده بظهور نارا دوكيمنت اوف اوثنتيسيتي، او يعني ميثاق نارا اللي في اليابان، ابتدى يتقال لا، الاصاله ليها معتبر مختلف، الاصاله ممكن تبقى روح المكان. وعشان كده هجيب الدسكشن للجلشاني لما هنيجي دلوقتي بكره. في ناس للاسف مش هقدر ابقى متواجده معاكم، بس هنتكلم على الاصاله والسلامه اللي هي الانتجريتي، الاصاله والسلامه، اوثنتيسيتي اند انتجريتي. لاحظنا ان جزء كبير قوي من الاصاله فقد، اللي هو الاستخدام، بسبب زي ما جيف قال النهارده الصبح ان الطريقه الجلشانيه ما بقتش موجوده في مصر. فلما المبنى بيفقد قيمته للناس اظن ان هو بيتدهور. فدي النقطتين اللي انا يمكن كنت عايزه يعني اوضحها من اي عمليه ترميم، اي عمليه اعاده استخدام زي في الجلشاني اللي هو سؤال كبير هم بيفكروا فيه، ازاي تقدر ان هي تحترم القيم المختلفه، سواء القيم الفنيه سواء القيم التاريخيه الدينيه وهكذا. وان اي تدخل بنعمله سواء اعاده بناء مرتبط جامد جدا بنوع القيمه اللي احنا بنحاول نحافظ عليها. عشان نحافظ على ده باغنى شكل فيه ان احنا نقدر نحافظ قد ما نقدر على كل القيم دي مع بعضها، ونحاول نوازن قد ما نقدر بينهم كلهم. الحاجه يمكن الاخيره اللي انا عايزه اقولها هو ان علشان لكل يمكن الزمايل هنا تواجدنا المستمر اللي انا بشوفه مع مشاريع كتيره طبعا زي مع الدكتوره مي ومع مشاريع تانية كتيره، هو التواجد المستمر في المكان بيقدر يفهم الواحد الديناميكيات اللي حاصله، وازاي ممكن ان احنا نرمم المكان بطريقه في المستقبل تبقى مفيده للناس دي، عشان في الاخر اللي شغال هيمشي بس اللي متواجد في المكان هو اللي هياخد المسؤوليه دي. شكرا.
Hola, lo que acaba de decir la compañera esta, estoy totalmente de acuerdo, sobre todo con el tema de la puesta en valor de un monumento. Nosotros tenemos ejemplos muy concretos allí en el patronato. Por ejemplo, una puerta original que teníamos, la gente pasaba al lado, la tocaba, se deterioraba, hasta que la protegimos con un vidrio y de pronto es como si dicen, ah, esto está protegido, esto tiene un valor, y ya se paran, la miran, se respeta de otra manera. Es cierto que si las cosas se siguen deteriorando, no le hacemos caso, al final llegamos a un estado de ruina total. Entonces nosotros paseando por la ciudad te das cuenta de que esto es una joya, todo el Cairo entero, no hay centro histórico, todo es historia, todo es magnífico. Entonces hay que cuidarlo y lo importante es sobre todo la conservación, que no se venga abajo, intervenir, muchos estudios, hay que estudiarlo todo, hay que tener en cuenta todo, mucha analítica, muchos planos, muchas planimetrías, pero hay que intervenir, porque si no al final nos vamos a quedar con los estudios y no vamos a tener nada que conservar y nada que restaurar, va a ser una ruina. Entonces levantar lo nuevo sí que es penoso, vamos a preservarlo, intervenir y que no se deteriore más, porque si no, no tenemos nada, nada.
Muy breve, repitiendo un poco la teoría que ya compartimos todos entre la conservación y la restauración. Yo, en mi caso y creo que hablo también en el nombre de María José, nuestros 30 años de experiencia en la Alhambra hace que cada obra, cada enfermo, cada paciente tenga un tratamiento particular. Y cuando iniciamos ese tratamiento de conservación o de restauración, pues solamente tenemos que ser pacientes e inteligentes y poder saber lo que nos está pidiendo esa obra. Y no sabemos, en muchos de los casos, no sabemos si vamos a tener que llegar a hacer una restauración. Por eso, cuando abordamos la intervención, no nos planteamos solamente llegar a la conservación. Queremos salvar la vida a esa obra de arte. Entonces, partimos de hacer una máxima conservación con una mínima intervención. Pero a veces hay casos que hay que llegar a la restauración. Eso no quiere decir que ese término, con ese concepto, pues tengamos que asimilarlo como parte de nuestro trabajo, que no podemos decir que no lo vamos a hacer nunca. Hay casos en que tenemos que llegar a restaurar y restauramos, porque la obra lo pide, porque si no, pues se caerá y será una ruina, la perderemos. Entonces, bueno, vamos a poner todo de nuestra parte y lo fundamental también, que ya veremos por mañana y en el taller que vamos a hacer, la necesidad de que aquí estemos sentados arquitectos, restauradores, arqueólogos, historiadores, gestores del patrimonio, todos trabajamos para la conservación del patrimonio y el único beneficiario que va a salir va a ser el patrimonio. Nosotros, en 20 años, la mayoría, ya no estaremos en vida activa y dejaremos el testigo a otras futuras generaciones. Con lo cual, debemos trabajar todos a uno para poder salvar este patrimonio. Muchas gracias.
Unfortunately, I couldn't really follow completely the last presentation because there was, as far as I saw, no English translation on only Spanish, and my Spanish is not good enough to follow. But one aspect that looked out very much. I mean, we were yesterday in the historic city of Cairo, and I was really very impressed. And it's a fantastic place, very authentic, let's say, in all senses. And I'm not sure, but I think the population living there is living there since many generations. It's not. So it's a real place, and I found that what was said before in the last presentation, I think maybe in English, so I remember that I understood it. This is to do with advocacy. I think this is really a very important idea in a situation, especially like historic Cairo, to have every single project having a real important part or component for advocacy and to involve the local communities, the general public in all steps of the project, and to communicate to them what you're doing and tell them what it is all about in simple words. I mean, not in a highly sophisticated language, but in a simple language to talk to them. And maybe also involve children. I don't know. Many things can be done because I think this is a very important aspect.
Al principio quiero decir hola a todos mis amigos españoles. Bienvenido a Egipto y que tengáis un buen tiempo aquí con nosotros. Estuve hablando español tiempo ago, pero ahora he perdido el idioma. Es que mi tesis doctoral sobre الأسود المعاهدة. الحقيقة أنه طبعا أنا سعيد بالأسئلة اللي توجهت أو الآراء التي قيلت فيما ذكرته من عجالة طوفت بها سريعا دون تفاصيل كثيرة عن القاهرة والمشاريع المزمع إجراءها فيها. الحقيقة ده طبعا بيدل على حاجة إن هي الاهتمام من السادة الزملاء على المنصة، وأنا واثق إن حضراتكم برضو كلكم لما أخلص كده كل واحد هيجي يسألني أو أكيد في ذهنكم استفسارات كتير. أنا بس حفاظا على الوقت هجاوب على كل الأسئلة بس بعد السيشن، أو لو في وقت سؤال لأن كتر الأسئلة عليا أنا تقريبا نسيت أنتوا سألتوني في إيه. تمام؟ فده مبدئيا. في مثل بيقول أن تأتي متأخرا خيرا من ألا تأتي، وإن الدولة نفسها كدولة تتحرك في اتجاه الآثار والحفاظ على الآثار وافتتاح الآثار كناش بنشوف قبل كده، وإن يتم توجيهات ومتابعة. أنا مش بس عايز أقول حاجات سرية يعني، لكنها مش سرية، هي متابعة يومية وأسبوعية من أعلى القيادات في الدولة لأدنى المساعدة. حضرتك متخيلين إن إحنا جايين بنتدخل في نسيج عمراني، في تدخلات يمكن مهما حضرتك أو حضرتك نزلتي غير لما تخش تمد إيدك عشان تشتغلي. يعني مشاكل لا حصر لها. طبيعي إن يحصل ديبيت. أنا قلت في البداية حتى في كلمة القاهرة الإسلامية دي أنا قلت لا ما اسمهاش الإسلامية، وممكن نقول تاريخية. الدكتور يقول لا نسميها كذا نسميها كذا. ده نقاش أكاديمي جميل جدا، لكن إحنا لما بننزل على أرض الواقع وباجي عند منطقة، هضرب مثال مش حصر يعني. منطقه زي عرفه المماليك او القرافه الشرقيه او ما كان يعرف سابقا بميدان القبق، نسبه للعبه القبق اللي بتاعت الفرسان، ويحط يعني او يضرب عليها وما الى هذا. ده مسجله في القاهره التاريخيه صح؟ في التراث. اقف لحد فين؟ يعني اقف وانا دلوقتي هرسمها اهو، اقف لحد فين؟ لحتى الاوتوستراد؟ ولا كمان اروح شرق الاوتوستراد واخش على منشيه مصر؟ اسجل منشيه مصر في التراث؟ طيب نرجع للناحيه الثانيه، الفسطاط والتعديات على الفسطاط. عزبة ابو قرن ورا جامع عمرو بن العاص، انا وانت مالناش دعوه مين اللي عملها ومين اللي سكت وطلعت وجود منين وما الى هذا، لكن عزبة ابو قرن على بقايا الفسطاط اسجلها تراث؟ ولما نيجي نشيلها يطلع ناس تصرخ وتلطم وتقول بيهدوا التراث في بتاع القاهره التاريخيه المسجله على قائمه التراث العالمي؟ بطن البقره، عزبة خير الله، اقول كمان ولا كفايه؟ كل الاسماء اللي بذكرها للي يعرف المناطق دي يعرف انا بتكلم عن ايه. فطبعا التدخل حضرتك هو اللي بيحصل ده هو عباره عن جراحه دقيقه جدا جدا في نسيج عمراني قائم، في ناس ساكنه، في حياه، في حرف، بعضها ملوث وبعضها خطير. اذكركم بمثال برضه عشان دايما علمونا في الجامعه لما ندرس نضرب مثال يبقى واقع. المسافر خانه اللي ولعت بالليل ومحدش لحقها وفضلت لما اتصفت خالص بسبب ايه؟ بسبب المخلفات اللي فيها والناس وراح عقب سجاره وما الى هذا، ومبنيه على طريقه مباني عصر محمد علي اللي هو الخشب والمصيص. فالمسابك اللي موجوده، الصناعات الملوثه للبيئه، التعامل. انا اقول لحضرتك على حاجه، هو لو حضرتك طلعت فوق، او انا بتكلم في العموم يعني، فوق اي عماره كده عاليه بغض النظر هي طلعت ازاي دي في وسط القاهره الفاطميه برضه، ومين اللي سكت ومين، وبص كده تحت من حضرتك كده وشوف اذا كان المنظر ده يرضي وده يليق بالقاهره التاريخيه نحافظ عليه. ما احنا بنقول لك ايه حافظ؟ احنا بنحافظ على النسيج العمراني الاساسي، الخريطه بتاعت القاهره الفاطميه اللي ذكرها يعني المقريزي، وهو نقل عن قبل منه عن ابن فضل الله، وذكر نقل عن ابن عبد الظاهر، ونقل عن تمام. فاحنا ده فيما يتعلق به الحقيقه النقاش. احنا بقى طيب، والناس بقى المفروض تعرف زي ما معالي الدكتور فكري بيقول، احنا في حاجه دلوقتي بنفكر فيها. اولا احنا لازم نغير طريقه تفكيرنا، يعني لازم نغير طريقه تفكيرنا. حصل شيفتنج واثنين والثالث جاي في الطريق ان شاء الله. بس مش هقوله ان اعاده التوظيف، فكره الريهابيليتيشن، اعاده التوظيف في محددات موضوعه لاعاده التوظيف. ان الناس تعرف احنا بنعمل ايه، ده مهم جدا، وده اللي بيحصل من الزيارات الرسميه اللي بتحصل للمواقع. حضراتكم تلاحظوا حاجه، ان لما بيحصل زياره رسميه لموقع سواء من دوله رئيس الوزراء او فخامه السيد رئيس الجمهوريه او من الدكتور خالد، بتلاقي الميديا كلها بتستدعي المتخصصين تتكلم عن المنطقه دي. هو دي الرساله اللي احنا بنبعتها، احنا بنفهم الناس، لكن ما اقدرش اخش على 100 مليون بيت اقول انا بعمل ايه. بالاضافه لان في حاجه احنا دايما بنعاني منها، وزمايلنا اللي شغالين في الترميم عارفين الكلام ده كويس. جراح القلب هو فاتح المريض وشغال، لو حد دخل هيقول ده بيموت الراجل، ده قتله، ذبحه بالعاميه المصريه صح؟ لكن لو صبر عليه لما الجراح يخلص الجراحه ويقفل ويتعافى ويقوم كده هيقول والله ده الراجل ده كان بيشتغل كويس. دي مشكله من المشكلات اللي بنقابلها. مجرد ما ندي ايدنا عشان نشتغل الدنيا تقوم وما تقعدش. وليكن الراي العام طبعا على راسنا وعلى عيننا، سواء المغرض او المتنمر او غير المتنمر. لكن طب ما استنوا يعني احنا لو الناس صبرت شويه يمكن عين الحياه عشان ما فيهاش امراض كتير ما خدوش بالهم. لكن لو هم شافوا اللي انتم شفتوه النهارده مثلا، الناس خدوا بالكم يا جماعه، اللي انا هقول لكم على مثال قصادكم برضه، عمارات الفسطاط اللي موجوده قصاد المتحف على طول. عمارات الفسطاط اللي موجوده قدام المتحف على طول، العمارات دي انا كان معروض عليا شقه فيها سنه 2010، قلت لو ادوهاني ببلاش مش هاخدها، هسكن وقدامي سوري يعني الزباله دي وعزبه ابو قرن ورايا عزبه خير الله، ليه يا ده دي حتتي انا فاهمها الدنيا يعني. دلوقتي الشقه اللي هناك دي اللي في العمارات دي دلوقتي قيمتها بقت كام؟ المشروعات دي كلها في الاخر عايده على المواطن. يعني الدوله نفسها تعمل ارتقاء، ممكن تسميه بقى ارتقاء عمراني، تطوير عمراني، urban development, restoration, rehabilitation, call it as you like. لكن we really care about the story behind the building. احنا دلوقتي لنا الفكر الجديد. النهارده انا عشان اسوق السلطان حسن مش اسوقه بالقاف، تسويق ماركتينج. سلطان حسن اذا ما طلعتش الحكايه اللي ورا السلطان حسن سوري يعني هو شويه حجاره وخشب. مش كده ولا ايه؟ فالفكر ده دلوقتي شغال وده اتطبق اول نموذج ليه في البارون. قصر البارون. البارون اتكلف تمام التمام حلو ولاند مارك اللي مصر الجديده وكلنا فخورين بيه. بس طب وبعدين في حاجه اسمها استثمار. فالبارون دلوقتي بيستخدم او بيعاد توظيفه في مناطق ولسه ان شاء الله على 10 هتشوفوا في البارون بشكل تاني في شهر اكتوبر اللي جاي ده. احنا كورونا عطلت الدنيا كلها ورغم ذلك مشروعات ترميم الاثار واعاده التوظيف ما وقفتش. فده برضه يشكر يعني الناس كانت قاعده في بيوتها والناس شغاله ما وقفتش معايا. انا مش عايز بس اطول كتير لكن انا لو جه سؤال اقدر ارد عليه. فكره اطلاق الاحكام على عمومياتها ده فكر غير اكاديمي وغير علمي. يعني ان انا اقول ايه كل المصريين كذا او كل الاسبان كذا ده فكر غير منطقي وغير علمي. علمونا واحنا في الثانويه العامه حاجه اسمها ايه الملاحظه والتجربه والحصر ثم الاستقراء ثم الاستنباط ثم الوصول الى نتيجه للتعميم. زي مثلا فاكرين لما قالوا لنا التمثيل الضوئي في الورق الاخضر ايا كان صح؟ لكن انا اقول المشروعات ما اتدرستش لا اتدرست طبعا. ودرست من اكبر اساتذه التخطيط العمراني في مصر ان ما فيش استراتيجيه في استراتيجيه وقلناها ان لازم نبقى شايفين احنا رايحين فين. احنا شايفين رايحين فين. اللي عايز يناقش يجي بقى ازاي احنا هنعمل على فكره يعني يسموه ايه يعني لللوكال كوميونتي كده الناس اللي بتاع زي ما عملنا في قبه الجوري الناس هتيجي وكل المتخصصين وتعالوا قولوا رايكم لان برضو الاراء مفيده والاراء بتبني. لكن انا كاسامه بصفتي الاكاديميه يعني برفض فكره اطلاق الحكم العام على ما لم اراه وما لا اعلمه. شكرا.
Thank you. We have a saying in Spain, which is the toreo de salón, which is bullfighting from your dining room. It's very easy, but you have to get to the ground and do the bullfighting. Una batalla grande, sí. So I think we have with us online Dr. Joao Mimoso.
Yes, I am.
Good afternoon, Joao. It's very good to see you. Joao is Portuguese. He's a specialist in pathologies. So we complete the panel with another multidisciplinary expert. So Joao will be talking tomorrow on the pathologies of tiles, but I wanted to intervene today we're talking about the criteria on restoration. I don't know if you have been following the session.
Yes, but there is a feedback in your mic, and whenever you don't speak with the mic away from the mouth, it's very difficult to understand what is being said. Well, on my part, I'll say that I have heard and I agree with whatever I could understand. I heard some interesting things, but I'm going to keep whatever I am saying when we talk specifically about the tiles, which are my field. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, we saw the Alhambra intervention on restoration. Let's go back to the actual restoration of the monument. About the criteria of intervention, Joao, do you have anything to say?
I didn't hear I've just arrived, so I didn't hear the intervention. But if you ask me in the Egyptian case, because I've read something about it, my idea is that the tiles should not be removed because you have to keep the whole history of the monument. And my idea is that also the tiles that are missing should be replaced by reproductions marked with the year of the restoration, so that we can retrieve the aspect that the monument had before the tiles were stolen. So I think it should be restored. I think some reproduction should be made, and in no way I think what remains there should be removed. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. So we go straight back to the restoration criteria and to the taquillat of Al-Gushani. Would any of the panelists would like to say anything about Dina?
Okay, I'll do that now in English just to switch a bit. When very early on I went to visit the Gulshaniyya and I saw these tiles that are missing, I think it's the tiles on El Gulshaniyya and their placement as well as their loss is very different than, for example, what we have when I was managing the Blue Mosque, which was again a project co-funded by the Aga Khan Trust for Culture and World Monuments Fund. Maybe some of you know, and maybe some of you went to visit the Blue Mosque or Aqsunqur Mosque. And there, the system that we used was completing, like you did also on your project, the missing elements with paint. In the mausoleum, we had several of the tiles fallen already on the ground. So whatever we found, we took it up. And then we had several discussions. How to restore. And I remember we had a lot of communication also at that time with the person managing the projects for World Monuments Fund, Gaetano Palumbo. And we presented the World Monuments Fund and the Aga Khan with several options that we have been also discussing with the conservation team, also with the Ministry of, at that time it was not ministry, the Supreme Council of Antiquities. And we had several options where we said, okay, we just plastered the missing parts. And then the second level was we just mark the tiles. And then the second level was, okay, we just maybe do the outlines. And we had all these samples. And of course, there was also the option of reproducing tiles, which is in a way a craft, if I'm not mistaken, in Egypt that was somehow lost. I don't know of proper places where they manufacture these types of tiles. They manufacture other tiles, but there were all these questions. And I think one of the points we need to be really thinking about is, again, what was raised today, aesthetics, values, and so on. So in the end, we opted for using the repaint so that anybody can, in the future, easily identify what is authentic, what is authentic and what is not. If I may give another example, we had a very similar situation, and if you have the chance to go, it was also an inscription band over the dome of Aslam al-Salahdar. Again, a project, that one was co-funded by the Aga Khan Trust for Culture and the United States Agency for International Development through the American Research Center in Egypt. And there we had the same problem with tiles missing, but only the layer, the glazing fell. And it was an inscription band. So we decided to use the painting technique so that, again, in the future, when people come, they can see easily what is authentic and what is not. But then the other interesting thing is that this inscription is a verse from the Quran, and a big part of it was totally missing. So we didn't have the decoration, we didn't have the inscription. And we had a team of conservators, Muslims and Christians, working on this dome. And then a Christian conservator actually said, but why don't we complete the inscription? And again, if we go to what you were discussing today, the Teoria del Restauro and the Venice Charter, and that we should stop where the conjecture or the guessing begins. it was really a question. Well, we don't know. But actually, this is a verse from the Quran, so we know exactly what it is. So again, we kept on discussing, and we thought at that stage also about the people in the neighborhood. And I think this is the example that Valerie gave today about the burned church and how the community got involved in deciding. That's very important. So we kept this empty part for a while and started to talk to the people in this square, what they would like to do and how do they see this inscription band. And of course, this is a verse, and if you can read it, why shouldn't you be able to read it? So in the end, we opted for this small part to complete the inscription. We got several calligraphers who know the Arabic script, and we let them prepare several ones similar to the font, and then we chose together again with the members of the Supreme Council of Antiquities the most adjustable, but we used a less of an intervention where we didn't use very strong colors, but less colors. Again, if we, as conservators or people here, start to discuss these options, I think we would come with hundreds of solutions. But again, I think the essence of what we were saying today is how to be truthful to the history, but also to the future generations. So yeah, I would just like to bring that example to attention.
Absolutely. It is very curious because I had exactly the same case in a church in Spain, and we decided also to reproduce the same text. So general problems, same solutions. Dr. Franklin.
Thank you very much. Well, this is actually a very concrete case that can show some of the issues that have been discussed or debated. Here, I think there is clearly the restoration methods, which we can argue about, replacement, keeping, additions, and so forth. But the overriding issue for me is actually what are the uses of this place once it has been restored or conserved. I think that has to precede everything else because it would ensure its sustainability. And it is clear, as I mentioned earlier, that it has different values. It has a religious value, it has a historical value, it has a political value, and so on. Being situated in an area that is extremely important for the political history and the religious history of Egypt, which are both intertwined, and the role of Sufism under the Mamluks, I think that has to become very clear. And so, historically speaking, it has to have an interpretive section. So when you enter this place, once it has been restored, you would know what it was, what is its social history, relation to what we heard this morning from Jeff concerning that history. It's really exciting to what he mentioned about the fact that we have this guy that creates the butcher's block, or the saddle makers, or the lanterns. I mean, these are key aspects of this living heritage that is hundreds of years old. And that has to be integrated in the structure. So this structure could have a mixed strategy, not just to restore it so that we see what it was like, freeze it in time, but in fact, have a mixed strategy. So part of it would be historically authentic, quote unquote, because now it has lost parts of that authenticity. To restore some of these cells to feel what it was like to have a cell like that in this area. Then you would have an open space because you have to have events. People come to this area. You have to have events. Some of them could be Sufi chants. You can have a movable stage in the court area where events can be held. It could be a crafts festival. In addition, as part of sustainability, is to train people on the recreation, and we can engage people from the fine arts or applied arts to make the tiles. And in fact, these can also be sold. So you can combine social development and community development with economic development for the benefit of these people who will then take care of it because it would be a source of revenues. And then it was mentioned also about the khiyamiyya. Why not incorporate this in that part so that people Egyptians would also frequent these places. And I think a key issue that is often forgotten is the relationship between the architecture and the furniture and the furnishings, because this is very important with the spirit of the place. So in terms of the costumes, in terms of the furniture that was used at that time, so that can be part of the creative industries that would go along with this kind of project, would be truly revitalized and would be an icon, a leading example that could be done in Egypt. Thank you.
To ask you. One of my questions to Dr. Talatis, I understand some of the elements from the taquilla were taken for security as tiles and other elements to the museums. Will this be returned? And my second question is about time. We have seen that taking decisions and analyzing takes time. Will there be time to analyze and dialogue with the ministry to reach a consensus for restoration?
For me myself, since I came to this position and I had my duty and be in charge of Islamic, Coptic and Jewish monuments, and me and my colleagues at the headquarters of the department were doing our best to accelerate the routine works. We are doing our best to give understanding to our colleagues in other departments to accelerate the whole work. You yourself, you may notice that when you come to my office and you see how we work. I just want to make a little comment for what Dr. Fikri had said. And to be easy for my colleagues, I will speak in Arabic. اللي قاله الدكتور فكري كلام جميل جدا ومعتبر جدا، ولعل حضراتكم لو تتذكروا زياره دوله رئيس الوزراء لمنطقه باب زويله والخياميه، احنا هقول لكم حاجه برضه سر. احنا كنا عاملين خط سير كده انه يمشي بتاع، فهو جايب خط سير وراح وقف اللي يعرف مقعد رضوان بك وحالته. مقعد رضوان بك في حاله سيئه جدا، وانا اسف في التشبيه لسه كنت بقولها في الهيئه الهندسيه من كام يوم. مقعد رضوان بك لو واحد واقف قصاده عطس هيقع. يعني احنا دلوقتي بنفكر ازاي ده يتصلب، يعني ان يو نو هاو ان ازاي ده يتصلب، بس توقفه في مكانه كده عقبال ما يترمم. الخياميه وهو يعني طبعا دي صناعه كلنا عارفينها والمنطقه اشتهرت بيها وتسميتها التاريخيه. ما فيش حد من اللي موجود في المكان هيخرج لان القصبه اترممت واحنا هنرفع كفاءتها كمان. اصحاب الحرف التقليديه لان ده جزء من المكون التاريخي والتراثي والفني والبيئي للمنطقه، فانت لو اخليت الناس دي انت فرغتها من مضمونها. زي بالظبط مين يتخيل يروح الحسين ويلاقي الفيشاوي اتشالت مثلا، انا ما بعملوش اعلان يعني، فهو جزء ان خان الخليلي اتفكت او ما لا ده هم احنا اللي بيحصل ايه اللي هو بيحصل زي ما قلنا كده، هو ارتقاء بالخدمات اللي موجوده وبالحاله العمرانيه وبنطول عمرها شويه، فالناس اللي موجوده دي هيبقى الوصول اليها اسهل، هتبيع لما يزيد الناس الرواد الخاصين بالمكان ده تصورنا، فبالتالي هيحصل حاله من الرواج لسلع الناس دي. بدل النهارده انا عايز اشتري حاجات من بتوع الخياميه هدخل منطقه تحت الرابع باب زويله ازاي؟ بالعربيه، انا واحد من الناس كسول بمشي بالعربيه مثلا معايا. فدي المساله، الحفاظ على الحرف التقليديه والناس اللي موجودين فيها في نفس المكان. ليه؟ اصل ده اللي انا هبيع عليه بعد كده بقى بلغه السياحه، ده اللي انا هبيع عليه بعد كده معايا. مش فرغتها هعملها ايه؟ هعملها بوتيك اوتيلز؟ طب ما الناس شبعانه فنادق. هعملها ابيع منتجات صينيه زي ما حد النهارده كان الصبح بيقول لي تعمل دي بازارات عشان تيجي بيع منتجات الصين، مع احترام طبعا لدوله الصين، هي دوله شقيقه ولنا ليها علاقات عميقه جدا ومفيده جدا لينا وليهم، لكن انا المنتج بتاعنا، وقالوا زمان الاستغراق في المحليه يؤدي الى العالميه. يعني لما تستغرق، يعني نجيب محفوظ ما خدش نوبل عن انه عمل قصه لواحد امريكاني ولا هندي ولا ياباني، مع احترامنا طبعا للجنسيات دول على راسنا، لكن هو اشتغل على الحاره المصريه. فاحنا نفس المساله دي، الحفاظ على النسيج العمراني، لكن اخلاء هذا النسيج من الايه؟ من الصناعات الضاره بيه. ولما اقول الضاره بيه كل حضراتكم هتفهموا احنا بنقصد ايه، وليس اخلاء وليس طرد. هقول لحضراتكم مثال، صناعه الجلود ورا سور مجرى العيون اللي هي منطقه الايه؟ الدباغه والجياره. الدوله لما شالت الناس دي واخلت وما الى هذا، عملت مصنع الروبيكي بشكل علمي سليم وشكل غير ضار بالبيئه وما الى هذا. هل حد يجي يقول لا والله انتوا ازاي تشيلوا بتوع المدابغ من الحته دي؟ وعلى فكره الناس تعبنا لغايه دلوقتي، في منهم موجودين ما زالوا تمام. بس ان شاء الله الدنيا بتتطور يعني. فانا بس حبيت اعلق لان فعلا كلام الدكتور فكري فعلا كلام علمي قويم، وبيتناسق تماما ويتسق مع الفكر اللي بتمارسه الدوله في الارتقاء العمراني بهذه المناطق. شكرا، واسف اذا كنت طولت يعني.
I have to give to Dina Sheikh Hayeb because I think it's the appropriate moment.
Yeah, let me just say that Dr. Dina Shohaib is working on a study on the socioeconomic context of Al-Gulshani as a preliminary study for the adaptive use of the building.
Thank you, Dr. May. Thank you for the presentations and for the conversation. I think the timing is right after Dr. Fikri's comment about the intangible. We saw Valerie this morning talking about the new aspects of authenticity, including use and function, spirit and feeling, which as now I'm very happy to get to know Dr. Osama also talking about. We would devoid historic Cairo if we remove the industries which are the character giving of the place. You also mentioned the Aga Khan project. I was their consultant for housing and open space rehabilitation for 6 years. And it's amazing what again you said about التعميم, generalization. We should avoid generalizations. There were 600 workshops in the strip along the Aga Khan project, along the wall, but we had all Egyptians, we have a preconception that this is polluting. And so we asked, I'm not an expert in environmental law, I said, let's bring environics, they're a specialist. And among the 600 workshops, they only found 2 who were actually polluting, and they do melting, they melt metals. All the rest of the carpenters, upholstery makers, even can see where they dye threads and so on. It has a smell and people thought it was polluting. It wasn't. So I mean, this is very important that with our intervention in all these industries to be very careful of who judges what should stay and what should be modified, also not necessarily go. So I have a question to the what we heard about conservation, restoration, and the theory and the basic concept, as you mentioned. Now, Gulshani, if we think of it not only as the physical aspect, the use aspect, until the beginning of the 20th century, the owners of the Gulshaniya descendants were there. They didn't go to the Awqaf except in the turn of the century. So throughout its history, there were a lot of uses and functions introduced. There are a lot of charity work, not just the khilwat, the cells for the religious purposes, but also a lot of charity to the local community, a kitchen that was cooking meals for local community, shops in the lower level. So the meat market and so on and so forth. Gulshani also had other properties in the vicinity. So where the same approach, we're talking about the tiles and the walls, where do we stop the line and say, this use is part of the heritage of Gulshani and we should resurrect it in the adaptive reuse? This is something I personally don't know the answer to, but I would like to hear from the panel what they think about it. Where to draw the line for the uses.
Who wants to? Maybe it's your turn to intervene.
Well, I mean, I think because I am here today keeping an open mind, because I want to listen to all the experts and listen to what they're saying. Not sure I have the answer, but let me say this, that Gulshani, the history of Gulshani is a very special case. It is related to the history of Sufism in Egypt. And there are social transformations and religious transformations that have kind of rendered quite a lot of certain practices a bit obsolete. So I guess the question would be, if we are taking inspiration from the general history of the building, so saying this is a building that at some point conveyed significances like charity, like spirituality, and we take this as inspiration and then come up with a contemporary understanding of these kinds of concepts, general universal concepts, or do we want to do something literal where we are talking about the Gulshaniyya, we're looking for their descendants, we're trying to revive the Sufi movement that maybe is not there anymore? And me personally, I would go for the first option. To try and, I always like to give an example of what Lindsay Jones calls the multivalency of meanings, that this is what historic buildings are about, that they have the ability to acquire meanings. And that if we stop that ability of acquiring meanings, then we kill the building. So I think anything that we do today has to have contemporary relevance, but it also has to create a link to the past somehow from our contemporary understanding. So this would be my take on it.
Yeah, I would second that approach because, as I mentioned, there will be different values. And if you go with one value, then you may not be able to serve the other values. That's why I suggested a mixed approach, so that you maintain certain elements that are related to the morphological and typological identity of the place. That's essential to have. Then you have functions that were there, and some of them are still continuing. So you have to, like the soup kitchen, for example, this is right in the heart of Egyptian mentality and community making. And there are many occasions that this can be utilized. A certain day, like the soup kitchens everywhere in the world, poor people can come and have some, bread and whatever. And that can continue as a charitable aspect of the place and give it a value that reinforce a value that we need to reinvent if it is disappearing. The other part is also the idea of the crafts that we have talked about. So this way bring income to them. So I think we need the balance. But above all, in order to be able to do that, it should not be restricted to conservators or restorers. It had to be enlarged, not only even to urban planners, but to thinkers in the community in general. And by the community, I do not mean just the local community, but the community of people who are interested in heritage in general, so they can come with a viable management plan.
We have to wrap up because the museum needs to shut down its doors. So we have to leave, they're kicking us out. So I'll leave it to Pablo.
Well, I'm sorry, many questions are left unanswered. But thank you all for attending. And I invite you tomorrow afternoon to our second session on tile restoration, where Joao Mimoso will also be talking about pathologies of tiles. Thank you very much and see you tomorrow. Thank you.